there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bond, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a million. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
League Night is back in action. We've got a record-breaking league tonight. We've got more boards and players than I believe we've ever had. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure, but if not, we're pretty darn close. Either way, we are in for a treat tonight, not the least of which is because I am joined by two hobby legends, David Hood and Adam Siegel. Welcome to the broadcast, gentlemen.
Hey there, Brian. How are you doing this fine evening?
Doing excellent. Glad you're both here. I'm Brian Pravel. I am the host of tonight's broadcast, one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and I'm really grateful that you're all here. Adam, it has been a while. Some of our viewers may not be familiar with you, so why don't you introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. My name is Adam Siegel. I live just outside of New York City. I've been playing Diplomacy now for 24 years. Oh man, that's a long time. In the competitive space, face to face. I've been starting a family, so I've been playing not so much in the last 5 or 6, which is why people don't see me around. But had quite the run there in the 2010 to 2016 period with a lot of tournament wins, tournament solos, and things like that. So happy to be here today to talk about Diplomacy.
He's basically saying he used to be good. I agree with that. He used to be good.
Yep, absolutely. So, Adam, really glad that you're here, and really glad that all of you in Dip Chat are here tonight. Thank you for joining us. We've already got a pretty active chat. Always one of my favorite parts of every broadcast. If you are watching a replay, thank you, first of all. But if you get the chance, definitely try to catch the stream live. The commentary is always really, really fun. We've got a very supportive community, and they get to tell us when we're wrong and help explain things. Definitely at least turn that chat on when you're watching the replay. So, all right. Well, we've got a lot of games to cover tonight. We have, let's see, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games for the Virtual Diplomacy League tonight. And we have Mother's Day for many of us tomorrow, so we are not doing a feature league tonight in the interest of time. We are just going to get right into our Virtual Diplomacy League games. But before we do that, I know a couple of you have some events coming up. David, I'll start with you. Anything that you want to plug, highlight, or otherwise inform our audience about?
Well, there's 2 things coming up face-to-face wise in May that I think are worthy of note. The first is my own tournament, DixieCon, which is going to have its 38th running this Memorial Day weekend. So for those of us in the U.S., that's coming up in a couple of weeks from now. In Chapel Hill, North Carolina, www.dixiecon.com if you want more information. And then the weekend after that in Milan, or right outside of Milan, actually, in Italy, is World DipCon, the 2024 version of World DipCon. So that'll be great as well. I know there'll be people from all over the world going. We've got some North Americans going for sure. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
And Adam, I know you are not as active as you would like, but I will give you the opportunity. Anything you'd like to plug as well?
I don't have any of my own tournaments to plug, but I think the 2 other that I'm aware of that are coming up this year that I would recommend everyone check out. In Philadelphia is Liberty, and in November will be Carnage up in Vermont. So definitely 2 events worth thinking about for folks who are considering playing Diplomacy in a face-to-face environment sometime this year.
All right. Well,
just to fill out the menu quickly, So there's Denver, the third weekend in July. There's the Denver Regatta, actually in Boulder this year. In August, we have the Boston, I think both the Boston Massacre and SkyCon. So Boston Massacre is obvious where that is. SkyCon's in Montana. And then in September, I believe the date hasn't been set yet, right, for Weasel Mood in Chicago. So
Close.
So it'll be in that general vicinity. And then the Liberty Cup that Adam mentioned, I believe will be the second weekend of October, if I've got that correct. In my
really moved it. Okay. See, David knows a lot more than I do about diplomacy. I'm just here as a warm body.
You are here as an expert, which may be redundant with that statement. Speaking of experts, let's take a quick look at our current standings in the Virtual Diplomacy League coming into tonight's games. Ranked number 1, Micah Blom joined us last season as a rookie. She has impressed this season. She kind of turned it up a little bit towards the back half of last season, nearly qualified for the DBN Invitational, currently leading the Virtual Diplomacy League. Rounding out your top 7, Ed Sullivan, Isaac Jukes, Ben Kelman, Cody Green, Doug Malott, and Brandon Dix. With this many games and early in the season, I do expect to see some shakeups as we get into our games. David, you've been covering this season closely. What is the main storyline that you're looking at from a standings standpoint at this point in the season?
That this is shifting sand. That is the main thing I will say, because we have not had a 7-game game night like we did tonight. That 7 game results is going to change this board significantly by the time we get to the end of this night. But I do want to also emphasize Micah Bloom up there is outstanding, given that, people sometimes think that they join a league like this, they don't know anybody, they're not going to do well, they're not going to have fun. That is not what Micah would say after joining this league just last year.
Well, let's get to our first game. We've got a lot to cover. So coming up, our first game of the night. And in Virtual Diplomacy League game 172, Skyward Sword, I'm going to go out on a limb, show my nerddom card a little bit, and guess that these are references to the video game series Zelda. We shall see. In Austria, we have Smallover, a new player. Thank you for joining the league. Look forward to being able to observe your game tonight. England, we have first place, Mike Blom from the Netherlands. France, we have Sylvain, another new player joining us. Thank you. Germany, Jason Gray from Sydney, Australia. Italy, Nicholas Lawton. Russia, Robert Hiller from Melbourne, Australia. And in Turkey, we have the Iron Man himself, Cody Green from Fort Wayne, Indiana. A good group of players. Let's see how it shakes out as we get into our moves. David, I'm going to have you start. Adam, I'll let you fill in with a little bit of color. We've got a lot of games, so we're going to go quickly through these early seasons.
Yeah, just to pointing out things that we see that, that are worthy of note, that Turkish move has become the most popular Turkish opening in the current hobby meta, where you basically stay in Smyrna as opposed to going somewhere else with it. I would say the French opening is a little less usual, where you've got the army going to Gascony instead of either to Burgundy or Spain or even Piedmont. Gascony is usually the 4th option there, so that's a little surprising. And the only other thing I would point out would be the English army to Edinburgh is quite a confident move, particularly in today's meta, that you don't have to worry about defending London from a French fleet in the English Channel. You've got your convoy routes. Now, you've got a choice of convoy routes, but through the Norwegian or through the North Sea.
I will also point out, thank you, Peter McNamara, for giving us this heads up. Cody did not start this game. He arrived partway through as a replacement. And I will also say, I love the name, Stupid Flanders. I also hope your name pops up on the correct board this time. Please let us know, because there's good odds it didn't. So if you see that is not correct, please let us know. Moving on into the fall.
All right. Wow. So the English are going to take Belgium with the army. I'm sorry. Yeah, with the army, and the French are fine with that. Now, stupid Flanders might the reason that maybe they're making a Simpsons reference with their name, or maybe they're saying it's kind of stupid to put your English army in Flanders, where it usually goes to die. So we'll see how that goes. As far as what else is going on, the Austrians going to Trieste means that they were not sure they didn't need to go to Trieste because there the Russians get into Galicia, so that's significant. Nobody going to the Black Sea seems significant to me. Adam, do you agree?
I also think that it's interesting that no one goes to the Black Sea, but I think supporting yourself down to Romania is actually more of a reflection on not being sure what the Austrian and the Turk are doing than being confident that Ankara is not going to the Black Sea. So it's an interesting one there. I think the other move that's really interesting that you didn't mention is Venice to Tyrolia, which provides a lot of flexibility to see what's going to be happening for the Italian. And the other one, Ruhr to Burgundy, a very aggressive move by Jason Gray in Germany. I like it a lot, but it'll be very interesting to see what that army in Belgium does. I will bet that it does not die as a result of the French-German conflict.
There ain't no telling would be the way I would say that in my vernacular. Well, but it may be that the Germans, knew that there was going to be Anglo-French cooperation, and they're just trying to, slow the French down here a little bit.
Net result, we get double fleets from Micah Blom, and let's see, everything else pretty standard. Adam, I'm going to send this over to you. Anything stand out to you in these adjustments?
Yeah, I really don't like the double fleet build in England. I think it is by far the safest build. Also very non-committal. But, if you have legitimate French, German aggression against each other, I prefer having a second army down. It's the best way to get long-term foothold on the continent. I think the other thing that's interesting is the fleet build in Smyrna. I think it's pretty standard, but given that Italy built an army, has naval superiority from the Turk over the Italian, and I think that is also pretty significant.
Yeah, it's really looking like an early AI war. And to me, the other interesting build is the Russian in Moscow. I understand the flexibility of that, but not building anything in St. Pete is interesting. Are two armies really going south here and just leaving the Russian fleet by himself? Or is the unit going to go to St. Pete? In which case, why didn't you just build it there? Holding is something I hadn't anticipated seeing. I have to admit that. Adam, you want to take the lead on this turn?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks like EF cooperation. Probably, I'm guessing Mikey and Robert, England and Russia here are on the same page about what's going to be happening in Scandinavia. I'm betting they had conversations about the St. Petersburg, Norway situation. To me, it looks like an RT might be forming, a lot of aggressive moves, but not really sure what they thought they were going to get by moving one to Vienna, one to Budapest, one to Serbia, unless it was to cut all those supports for the successful Venice to Trieste move. So if this is an everybody jump on Austria situation, also possible that that's what's happening here. I think the last piece here that's interesting is that EF worked together to kick Burgundy out, has to retreat to Munich, a significant loss for Jason Gray in terms of tempo and probably alliance as well, because he's got to be dealing with that northern situation. Okay. I think if I were doing something a little different here, I would have moved Denmark somewhere. Helgoland to bounce or Skagerrak to bounce would have put him up, or even North Sea to bounce would have put him in a much better situation for the fall.
Yeah, maybe Jason was worried about leaving Denmark and have somebody slip in. At this point, you got to take chances on defense. Yeah. You cannot be passive. The only advice I would give to Jason is next time use mouthwash, put on some deodorant, whatever it is that you turned off everyone around you. You got to do something different, because it doesn't even look like they've got Russians potentially helping. And usually when you've got EF coming, you really want to convince the Russians to help you just to slow the English down. But that is not happening here at all.
Yeah, at least the Italian didn't try and get on the action also. So, all right, we've got fall of 1902.
Oof, that is a rough turn for Austria. Loses Greece, loses Vienna, loses Budapest. I guess he recovers Trieste, but that is a rough turn for that guy, going down to 2.
Yeah, and I think it's maybe a bounce in Trieste.
Yeah.
It is a bounce in Trieste. Yeah, I mean, it's not like this is an unheard of scenario. We've all seen this happen before, where you just dogpile Austria, and everyone's hoping that they're not the odd man out afterwards. It's usually a little bit suspicious for Italy to do this, because if they're not the odd man out, they are truly the odd man out when there's an RT that's off to this kind of start. Let's look at the West, though, because is there anything here? I mean, I think the Germans holding Ruhr in the fall turn there, not defending, for example, not prioritizing something else, was kind of a good guess, right? Because it kind of slowed the French down a little bit. I mean, there's only so much they can do if the Russians are not.
Holland supports Ruhr to Belgium actually would have kept him at 5. And since, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It is a guess, but having the extra piece down also could have been helpful.
Yeah, well, like defending Denmark, I'm not saying defending Denmark was the best option. Maybe you just hit Helgoland, you hit Belgium, you try to hit supports instead of trying to defend, because you don't know what you defend anyway, so you just actively hit supports. But this is all quibbling. When everyone is coming after you, it is hard to really be able to do a whole lot, and the Russians aren't even helping, which, again, fine, but that's a calculated risk the Russians are taking here.
Well, if I'm Robert in this situation, I'm looking at 4 English fleets, which there's only so many coastal centers in that German position. And if I see another fleet go down in England, I know that Sweden and St. Petersburg are not long for this world.
Even another army is going to get convoyed potentially to Norway. I mean, it's whatever you do after the Germans go down, there's a risk that you're next if you're the Russians.
Absolutely agreed.
Jason Gray's probably rooting really hard for a St. Pete North Coast, or at least an army build in St. Pete North Coast. And I think there's a reasonable argument that may be in Robert's best interest from this position as well. David, for you, my question would be, in the East, I feel like there's reasonable balance of power between Italy and Turkey. If you are Russia, who would you prefer to ally with if you have to choose?
Well, putting aside whether there are diplomatic differences, of course, I would probably like there to be a stronger Italy, because it's a counterbalance to the fact that France has nobody fighting them. So, in other words, you're putting a stronger power closer to somebody to keep in check. The issue here is that France is not really, I mean, that fleet in Marseille was not really a very important build, it looks to me like, since it didn't move. So there's not a very active France. So maybe you would, in that situation, prioritize keeping your Turkish ally alive. The fact that you're in Black Sea allows you, as the Russians, to have a lot of options here. And if you're Turkey and you've agreed for the Russians to move to the Black Sea, again, you've taken a risky move.
Well, we get army in Moscow and army in Liverpool. So going for some more flexibility here. I'm really curious to see Scandinavia play out based on this adjustments. Adam, we'll go to you here.
The choice to pull Holland it was a fascinating one as well.
It was.
I think that communicates something very specific about how and what Jason is planning to defend against. I mean, he's probably just saying
Baltic to Bothnia also tells us something really important.
Yeah.
Which is that he has thrown in the towel and said, "Fine, I'll be somebody's Huckleberry here."
Yeah, and it looks to me like the Russia-Turkey-Italy alliance remains at least somewhat on the same page, destroying Serbia, taking Trieste, but that start of Italian-Turkish aggression is there. I think that Cody did miss a little bit of a moment here where he could have pushed a little bit faster with those fleets, and now there's like a little step behind. Now there's back to parity, 2 fleets and 2 fleets.
Well, remember, I think this is still the previous player. Cody's coming in later, but
okay.
Your point is the Turkish player, and that's certainly correct.
Yes, the Turkish player. So there's interesting that Sylvain still has not moved his fleets. Be curious to see what happens and where that goes as well. And you were right, convoy London to Norway. I think I probably would have much preferred that army to be flexible into Denmark or into Holland, for that matter. But yeah, Mikey's going over the top, attacking Russia, because there's some easy gains there.
And he's got a German
Willing German.
Janissary or pirate, yeah.
Absolutely.
Or she's got.
Interesting reversal in Belgium. Germany and England working together to recapture the dot. Looks like Germany's full Janissary now, but stays on 4, which is a pretty strong position for him to be in if England and France will be fighting. With French fleets going to Lyon and Western Med, it'll be quite difficult for Sylvain to move backwards in time.
Yeah, at the same time that England is taking Sweden and St. Pete and can build,
yeah,
and the French have just moved their fleets into the Med. That is, gosh, it's almost like Michael Bloom knows how to play this game. I don't know how. I don't know how she does, of course. So we never heard of her before tonight, but she apparently knows how to play.
And the East situation also resolving, in which Russia takes Vienna, solidifying the RT moving forward, in which Russia and Turkey will both be having builds out of. Well, I guess Russia's not getting built because he's losing 2 in the north, but both getting new dots there in the south.
It kind of makes sense for Micah to be making this move now because she does have the Germans helping.
Absolutely.
So she can afford to make the pivot here against the French, if that's what this is, which I assume it is. I mean, it's hard to see this as anything other than a pivot.
I'll just give a shout out to Micah and somewhat to Jason. There was no reason that I saw on the board for Jason to make the decision to ally with Micah. Whatever happened here was purely diplomatic from my perspective. So for Jason to be able to find a way to stay useful rather than just methodically getting chewed up piece by piece as would have happened otherwise, it's a risk, but may result in more play. And for Micah, man, this is just beautiful.
Well, if you don't mind my visual reference here, the fleet in hell is sort of like the fleet on. It's sort of like the heel on your throat, saying you're going to work with me now, right? If that fleet and it stays in Helgoland Bight, then I mean, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to play out for Jason. Plus, his fleets are now superfluous, right? Because the Russians have already been breached. So the fleets in the Russian fleet in Finland sort of going to be irrelevant, probably.
Maybe, I think it's probably going to get removed here.
Yeah, maybe it gets popped. Maybe even if it doesn't, it's contained. So now you wonder if Micah actually how long the German thing actually lasts. I mean, we'll see.
And Steve Hogue recently coming off his first big tournament win, bringing up a stat that I had not paid attention to. So England and Turkey have grown every game year. Everyone who watches this show regularly knows I am a big believer in the Wicked Witches theory. So Wicked Witch of the North, Wicked Witch of the South, or West and East, whichever one you want to call it. They're both wicked, Turkey and England. The theory goes that when one grows, it's usually beneficial for the opposite corner power. And when one is not succeeding, it usually results in a more difficult time for the opposite power. And we are seeing that play out in this game.
Although we've got one Wicked Witch who does not have a potentially enemy fleet next to their centers, and we have one that does. Yeah. So that's not the same.
All right. Well,
used to have.
Yeah, that changed.
I'm really glad I brought that up right before we saw the disbands.
All right, Mike putting down 2 fleets. Everything else makes sense. We'll just keep pressing forward.
Oh, let's see. Micah thought that the fleet in the North Coast would help her kill Finland, right? It's not really the way that works, since it doesn't touch Finland. But otherwise, yes, we do have a rearrangement here of the fleets. The fleet does leave the heel of Germany and goes west. So that's as expected. In the east, do we have an idea of what's happening here? It still does really look like, and that obviously the fleet removal made it very obvious that it was an RT, and it certainly still looks like that. Although the Russians just doing a bunch of holding and supporting, I'm not really sure if that was the way to do that. What do you think, Adam?
I certainly would have put 3. I mean, Serbia supports Bulgaria. There's no reason with 3 on Trieste not to put 3 into Trieste. There's no risk there. But for the truth is that Cody or whoever is playing that position at the moment has all the time in the world, right? He's got 3 fleets. He's going to get Ionian this fall. He'll be able to make a successful convoy. That position is really looking great for the Turk with no threat because, his ally Russia needs him. So not how I would have played it if I were Robert, but not bad. I mean,
it is a little cautious and a little slow, but maybe, as you say, maybe not bad. These league games, just for people that are watching this for the first time, they tend to go to about 1910, 1911, occasionally 1912. It's a time limit, not a turn limit, but there is a limit. So tempo does matter in these games. It doesn't matter as much as like a 1907, European style game where it basically ends before it starts. It's not that kind of game, but it is a game where tempo does matter some. So it's true that you have time if you're the Turk. You don't have nearly as much time as you would at an unlimited tournament like mine, but you have a lot more issue with tempo than you would if you were playing in a European tournament, like the World DipCon after mine, which is probably going to be a 1907 ending for those games.
Do you have any theories about why England did not go to the English Channel this season?
Let's see. As opposed to going to Wales?
1 to Wales, 1 to London, leaving the English Channel alone.
That is almost an intentional slow play, isn't it? It's hard to imagine. There was no way for English Channel to be blocked. Maybe they were going to put now. Maybe now they're going to go to Irish and supporting the English Channel. They didn't want to have a chance of the French making a guess to get North Atlantic or Irish. I don't know. I'm having trouble understanding the theory there myself.
Well, Adam, we've got Sam Feldman calling out a strong juggernaut. I know that David is just this very, very loyal ally and will stick forever with his partner as far as he can go.
That is absolutely right, Brian Pravel. Yes. You are totally right.
So I'm going to go to you. Do you see any advantage? From my perspective, Turkey is sitting in the catbird seat and is the dominant power in the East right now. Do you see an advantage for Robert trying to cut a deal with Italy in this position?
Robert? Not really. Bulgaria has very little to do but support Serbia to hold. Constantinople has very little to do but support Bulgaria to hold. I have a hard time seeing a play here. I guess there could be a supported attack on Greece. It's possible if you put 2 in on Greece, 2 in on Serbia, one of you grows, but I have a hard time seeing this. If I were in this RT position, I would be riding out this RT as both of them. I am actually also a strong alliance player as long as my alliance is doing something for me. And I think in both of these cases, the alliance is doing something for both of them. I have a hard time seeing how both of them aren't gaining off of this over the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, it is helping them equally, but I mean, some more equal than others. It's going to help Turkey more.
I'd rather be Turkey here too, but given how bad Robert's position is in the north, if he had pulled Finland and left the fleet in the Black Sea, this conversation would be a different one.
Yeah.
But that's not the case.
Well, I found it interesting that the Russians have moved that army down, and we see why. They're moving into Trieste now, so they're moving that army down to Budapest. I wondered if that army that was in Ukraine might have gone north to help defend, but it is actually being completely sent to the south. And we're seeing a lot of holding in the north, aren't we, from the English? They're not going to the Baltic. The Germans are not going to the Baltic. that they didn't actually take out Finland here, as they could have, with Sweden and Bothnia together. Interesting in the north there that they're sort of slow playing that and letting the Russians. Maybe they're trying to help the Russians or convince the Russians to get some gains, then build a fleet 7, attack the Turks or something. Maybe that's what's happening.
Yeah, but if you're trying to do that, right, destroying the fleet in Finland actually helps the Russian, because it lets him rebuild something that is valuable. If I were the German, I'd be concerned it would be an army in Warsaw, and that you'd be seeing something like Bohemia, Silesia, Prussia on the same turn. So, maybe actually stranding that piece up there is a good thing for Jason. So I don't know. Maybe that's my point there on that David. I know we do need to move along, but I think my big disappointment here is that the Turkish player did not order Greece to move over to the Ionian. That was how to break that 2v3 and lost the support by having Eastern Mediterranean be the mover.
Also, Micah has really slowed herself down here. I mean, I thought the point of Wales was to make sure that you go to Irish and block any kind of this kind of thing, which is not what she ended up doing. She ended up making sure that she kept Belgium, which you make sure of that by having Ruhr support it. So there's something going on here that's wrong with the EG. There wasn't any.
Yeah, even so, David, North Atlantic Ocean should have gone to Mid Atlantic Ocean to at least bounce the fleet from Spain that was trying to move up. That's a big tempo loss for England here.
And I don't know who's ever said this in the past, but if you're holding, double think that. Is there anything I can do other than hold that makes any sense? And maybe that would have occurred to Micah if she had realized that holding is almost always bad. There's got to be something I can do. Oh, I know. I'll go to Mid-Atlantic to block that fleet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are all eyes. We'll be watching to see if there was any negotiation about a unit build in Sev. There is not. So we got army in Warsaw, which will not make Jason happy. We'll just move on into spring of 1905.
All right. Well, the Turks do get into the Ionian, and in exchange for that, they're letting the Italians into Greece. That's probably really
with convoy back means that Greece in the spring turn is in a real loss.
Yeah, that's a really good idea for Turkey to do this. Yes, by all means, come visit my Greece for the spring turn, and then you will be destroyed in the fall turn. And then I can take Tunis if I want, or Naples, or whatever I decide. Well, not Naples because there's a convoy, but certainly can take Tunis if I want because I'm in the Ionian, and I don't have to worry about where you retreated from the Ionian because you didn't retreat. So this was actually a really good turn for the Turkish player. The Russians continue on. They do go to Silesia, as I think one of you all had mentioned. But look at, they're also putting their fleet in St. Pete here. And knocking the English out. So there is, in the spring turn, an attempt to kill that fleet Finland. It doesn't work. We do get the English fleet into the Baltic now, which is interesting. And we also see the French have really, because Micah now needs to use North Sea to do some kind of fleet stuff, they've lost Belgium. Because we're supported Munich of all things instead of supporting Belgium. Again, second turn in a row that I'm not understanding that EG lack of cooperation.
Unless it's a very, very clever deepfake in which now this is an unintentional stab on Jason. But I'm going to guess that that's not the case.
It could be. We also could see. I think
they have a guarantee here to recover Belgium. This isn't tap Burgundy and then support yourself back into Belgium.
And I think there's also a guarantee on taking St. Pete back.
Absolutely, still a guarantee on taking St. Pete back. And honestly, it's good for Robert to have that fleet destroyed because he's going to get to rebuild it.
I also guarantee that the fleet I was going to say the Italian fleet is not staying in Greece. It's either leaving or it is being destroyed. One or the other.
There's a lot of pieces that were definitely not staying where they.
True. Now we didn't say that England had gotten into the Mid-Atlantic, which they did. We didn't mention that, and they do take back Belgium while also retreating forward into Portugal. So not such a bad thing.
Stayed in Holland as well. England takes Holland.
Indeed.
England takes Kiel. England takes Portugal. England up 3.
Is that the French taking Munich? I think that's the French taking Munich.
It is the French taking Munich
with Russian support.
So this
England does take Kiel. Yeah, you were right. Yeah, that was what that was all about.
This was just a high tempo play by the English player to be able to get that bounce in Brest and take the forward retreat into Portugal. So
Good
no
move.
play there.
Well, it's like, why even bother to support yourself into the Mao if you're Sylvain? I'm not sure I see the point of that. I mean, at least try to defend Iberia by using Spain to Portugal, or hoping that the guy attacks Spain or something. But allowing them to retreat forward when you can only cover one of the Iberian centers was doomed to failure in a fall turn.
I will also say I don't think it's insignificant that we now have an English army in St. Pete rather than the fleet. That is going to give a lot more options in that theater for the English player.
I just have to say, did anybody bring up in negotiations that Michael Bloom was leading the league? Did anybody bring that up? Or did they think it didn't really matter? And so by 1905, let's make sure she has 11 and everyone else has 7 or less. That's a way you can play the league leader, I guess.
I mean, she's been doing a really good job of going back and forth between the French and the German, keeping them off balance. It's been, the diplomacy here is really on display.
Yeah, I still did not like the Wales move, and then the letting the French into the. I mean, I think that was a little bit of a blip for her, but she sure as heck recovered from it well.
All right. Well, it is
here, I got to say, from England, because you've got to stabilize this position on the continent.
It is winter of 1905. Normally we do this in 04, but I think this is a more interesting time. We're going to play Who Do You Like? Adam, you have had fewer chances to do this.
I mean, how do you not take the 11 center England? He's got a 4 center lead. If I had to pick a second contender here, my pick would certainly be Turkey. I think the Turk has a lot more to gain out of this continued RT at the moment. Too many of those German centers are now gone. Maybe there's like 3 centers for him, but much easier 3 for the Turk to get. Looking at the continued RT, but England.
Well, of course it is England. In this kind of game, there's not really a game to play with the who do you like. So let me just turn this around and say, if the Russians had decided and had the units to do it, if they had decided to go with Italy instead of the Turks, then at least you would have the ability potentially for the Italians to go west here and help against the English. But you don't really have that. I mean, the Turks theoretically can, but they got a bunch of evil Italians they got to deal with instead before they can even get to the west. So I don't know how this game doesn't end with Micah on top here. I'm just trying to figure out how that doesn't happen.
It would have to be some blunders and a lot of coordination between Russian, French, and German players.
This is almost the kind of game where they decide they're going to quit here. I mean, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
Because she's so dominated the game diplomatically.
All right. Well, pressing on, they play on. So, David, what do we see in the spring?
All right. Let's see. Basically, the English make a nice guess there on Portugal by coming back out. That's what they call a brace or a 2-on-2 there to maintain Portugal while they get other units in position against the French. So I really like that move. All right, as you would expect at this point, the Russians do have the Germans now on sides. They put the Germans in St. Pete, but that's, I would suggest, was probably a temporary issue. All of those armies that you see moving there with French helping the Russians into Berlin, all of that's totally expected at this point. It's sort of, let's figure out how we stop Michael Bloom. I'm just having trouble seeing how that really works in the long run. They can't really do much to the seas. And if England controls the seas, yes, their unit, they've got centers, but they can defend them from the sea. So this is going to be tough.
I think there is some weakness here in Micah's position in the center of the map where armies are required to hold Belgium, Holland, Kiel, Berlin. And there are 3 French armies and a lot of Russian armies coming. There's pressure here. And if the game is set to end in 1910, not enough time. But if this were a time unlimited game and they really cared, they could push her back.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not saying that Micah can keep all 11 centers she currently has and all that sort of thing. I'm just saying in terms of unseating her to be the top,
that's probably true.
With the most centers, it is hard to see that happening. It's not impossible, but it is hard to see that happening in the time allowed. Because, for example, is there even anybody in the Western Med or Lyon coming to help the French here? No, because they're still dealing with each other in the Italian theater.
You're not wrong.
I mean, I have been wrong, but I'm not wrong about this.
I could see a situation where Cody would send a fleet or two here around the boot to go help in a, like a top board situation, something like that.
Well, and of course the Turks want to be the topper. I mean, they have every incentive to try to knock the English down. We'll see. I mean, perhaps they pull something out here.
But Mikey picks up Brest with an army. That is a cheeky army on the continent that is very important there. And with the brace, and not the brace, but the bounce in Holland and England and France and Russia not taking advantage of that, because they could have kicked out Kiel. They had the opportunity here, but instead,
Sure
France
why in tarnation would you not take out Kiel? I'm just
I mean, it was a guaranteed dot there.
Pushing on winter 1906, we've got, despite the loss of St. Pete, picks up Brest, so gets a build because was playing one short for England, and Robert Hiller building another unit. Adam, where do you put that unit down if you are Russia?
Is this the scoring system here is top, right?
It is, but it does. It's better to have more centers. But there is a big topping bonus in this open tribute system.
I have to go with Warsaw, right? I mean, those are 3 armies in the middle of the board. You're guaranteed here, if you play it right, you're guaranteed to pick up Kiel, Munich in the next couple of years. Nothing stopping Livonian going, to pressuring Baltic or doing those bounces up there. Could have been there a season ago. I'm pushing through the middle of the board for at least another season. Serbia is adjacent to 2 of my open dots, and I'm worried that if I drop into Sev, that those Balkan dots get really messy. I might
drop into Sev to prevent that. I might drop into Sev and say, I'm building in Sev and going to Romania here to make sure you're not tempted or something. Another army is really going to help at this point in the middle of. I mean,
Cody has so much to gain here from continuing to not have anybody attacking him. Right? What there's pieces, easy pieces to pick up here. Nothing stopping Turkey from going +2.
Robert builds Warsaw, Mike builds Army London, pushing on into spring of 07. This game is fun.
Yeah. The tactics continue over Iberia with those braces. And Cody makes the right choice to go Tunis to Western Med to help the French player. It's also well done.
If the Iberia thing is a guess, it is. Mike has guessed right 3 times.
Yeah.
The alternative here, of course, is Spain to, just for those learning the game, the alternative is Spain to Portugal with support of Mali. You kill the English fleet. And that's not bad. And that could have been a guess that could have been made, and it hasn't been made 3 times.
Yeah.
Significant.
We've got Robert, who is playing in this game, adding some commentary, giving us some.
Mike agree. Okay.
Yeah, gotta love it. So he said that's why we did not take Kiel. So little explanation there, and perhaps some change in feelings. All right, let's keep playing.
Yeah, but her position's continuing to get better as she solidifies getting those armies in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, now there wasn't a whole lot to gain from her rejecting the 06 draw. I mean, there's something to gain with additional centers, but it's not worth it to take the chance. So it's interesting that happened. Maybe could have been some miscommunication. All right, Fall Turn, what do you have for us?
No. Western Med to Lyon with support from Trinian Sea is not the move I would have written. Because he could have gone Trinian Sea to Tuscany with support from Naples, and that would have worked, and potentially helped out in the in this Mid-Atlantic Ocean situation, because it's the same set of orders that Irish is supporting Portugal out. The move I would have written would have been something more along the lines of Western Med supports Portugal to Mid-Atlantic Ocean and allow Spain North Coast to order to Portugal, dislodge North Atlantic Ocean into, or Mid-Atlantic Ocean into North Atlantic Ocean, and it's still a good position for the for the alliance. But
certainly doesn't look like cooperation there between the Turks and the French in any way.
Lyon is not a helpful move for France.
No.
Now there is the taking of Ruhr. That's not insignificant to kill that forward army there.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, I'm still thinking it's Michael Bloom's game to lose. It's just hard to see how this is not going to continue. Now 11-9 is a lot closer than 11-7.
Yep, and it's 11-9, right?
Right.
With opportunities here for stabs with the army building Sev and the army building Khan.
Getting spicy.
Game over.
That is where the game ends.
Surprised me because I really think that it was going to be hard for Russia, Turkey, either one of them to get a jump on the other one without Micah benefiting. I don't know.
I think the only thing here that I could have seen happen would have been, Rome here falls to the Turk, Marseille and Spain pretty much open. If you are willing to even give Micah a little bit of opportunity. If I'm the Turkish player here, I'm thinking about the scenarios in which I could solo, to be honest with you. Because Micah will have a really hard time getting across the line with that many fleets on the board and only 2 armies and rebuilding a fleet in London, right? Particularly if, as the Turk, I already have an inline on Marseille and or Spain, right? You have an opportunity for Western centers. If you can push a couple armies up, getting Micah maybe gets Warsaw, Marseille in exchange for Spain. Warsaw, Moscow in exchange for Spain and Marseille. Worst case, I'm ending on 17-17.
Again, don't have time because it's not unlimited.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
But what you're saying is helpful. If we were playing this game out to its natural conclusion, lots of things probably would have been done differently here.
True.
And you're pointing that out, which I think is helpful for people that are learning this game. It matters what scoring system and what tournament structure you're playing under. An open, a house game that's just for fun is played differently than a tournament game anyway, and tournament games are played differently depending on the scoring system.
Well, Micah Blum kicking off our May games with a complete game. We saw a little bit of tactics. We saw some great strategic reads, and there was some diplomacy. Well done, our number 1 player, showing why she's number 1. That was fun. Let's do it again. And game 173, Phantom Hourglass, Austria. We've got Yelty Kuiper, England, Brandon Austin, new player to the league. Welcome.
Did we really need another Brandon, though? I'm just saying it out loud. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just saying it out loud. We really need another Brandon.
You've got the good twin and the evil twin. We've already got the evil twin. So this is Brandon. We're looking to you. The pressure's on. France, we've got Karsten Bratt. I am so sorry. Let's see if I can do this. Fotenhauer. Germany, we've got Marcus Lone. Italy, Sam O. Russia, Jamal Blackerly. Not currently placed, but current world champion. And Turkey, we have Wes Ketchum, who's still not in Chicago, has been gone from there for many years, and we still have not updated that, despite saying we're going to do it every single broadcast.
And I think we are constrained to point out that Zachary Moore, VDL commissioner, is responsible for misspelling Marcus's last name. I think that we wanted to point that out.
We will always point out Zach's facts with his misspellings, even when it's not actually his fault.
You get Fotenhauer right, and you don't get Lone right. So,
all right. So, spring of 1901, Adam, I'm going to put you on lead for this one, and take it away.
I struggle to find much interesting to talk about in this, except Warsaw to Livonia is a unique and interesting move. I love it, Jamal. Show me something fun. Other than that, everyone else has got some pretty stock standard moves. Actually, you know what? Vienna to Budapest is also an interesting choice. I think that it'd be really interesting to see what happens with those two pieces.
And those two moves are possible because you've made a deal to DMZ of Galicia, which is not all that common these days. I should also point out, just for those that are trying to pay attention to what the cool kids in diplomacy are doing these days, the cool kids generally do not do this Turkish opening anymore, although I still do it because I'm not cool. But the cool kids typically don't do that because they're worried about constraining your choices in the fall turn, that you can't, it just makes it hard to move things around. But
this remains my favorite Turkish opening as well, David. I don't like to move my fleet away. As long as that fleet is in Sevastopol, I want a fleet in Ankara. Even when I'm playing a Juggernaut, I don't want to do it in a different way. I just don't trust the Russian.
So we've got two old school players saying that the new kids don't know what they're talking about, but the new kids,
they know what they're talking about. We don't know what we're talking about.
Exactly. And I'm not, I just wanted to point out that this is an opening that, 10 years ago was the most common Turkish opening. For some of it is still an option. For many, it has been taken off the list of even potential openings for the Turks. And I think that's a mistake.
Well, my favorite thing is when I first started playing competitive diplomacy back in the late 90s, early 2000s, a common refrain was that there were just the Turkish openings were so boring because there was only one real choice. And the lesson there is that is never true in the game of diplomacy. There are always other choices. Not all of them are good, but there are always other choices, and really glad to see some diversity in that move set. Fall of 1901, how do our players carry on through those adjustments? David Hood, will go to you.
I was wondering if we were going to see the Venice to Trieste thing like we have often been seeing in the last several years in AI relations, where the Austrians cede the Italians Trieste. We did not see it in game one. We are seeing it here in the Phantom Hourglass game. So I wanted to put that
usually combined with a move from the Ionian to the Aegean, which did not happen.
True. It's not always, but is usually combined with that. That's totally right. Now, the Austrians supporting the Russian army to Romania, I know the Turks did too, but the Austrians wouldn't really want the Russians to have an army in Romania unless they are really saying, Jamal, I'm your best buddy ever. We've left Galicia open. I really want you here. Now, Turkey also wants him there because they're vying for Jamal's hand. But it is interesting to see them both supporting there. And again, if you're the Austrians, you generally don't like it when the Russians have an army in Romania because, of course, it threatens Budapest where the fleet would not. But so I find that interesting. Wow, the English convoy to Norway.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm seeing a Western triple on this board. David, the only thing that doesn't seem Western triple to me is Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Spain South Coast would have been a superior move.
Well, that is reason two that this doesn't look like a Western triple. Reason one is that Norwegian would go to Barents. Norwegian holding doesn't make any sense in a Western triple.
I think it tips your hand. I think it's functionally the same for 1902, whether you're in Norwegian or Barents.
And Denmark also did not bounce out of Sweden.
True. That's reason three. Now, as you say, it may be a hidden triple, but it's certainly very triple-y to see the Germans getting 3 builds and the English and France saying, okay, 3 builds, who cares? That's a very triple-y thing to do.
It's the convoy. I hate that English convoy.
Well, with those 3 builds, we see 2 German fleets. That's a little delicious. And more fleets going down in the south. We got fleets everywhere. Only one that didn't really put down. No, everyone that could put down fleets. So,
all right, 2 great. German fleets, ASIG. Now there's no Western triple. Right?
There's no more Western triple. Yeah. No, but also Fleet Brest. There's no Western triple.
Also true.
If I'm England, I'm really regretting that convoy at the moment, and probably happy I'm not in the Barents.
Yeah, if I'm France, that convoy might be why I put down Fleet Brest.
Italy building 2 fleets means that Trieste was a loaned unit there. I mean, you do that so that the Italians can build the extra fleet. And here we go to the Aegean. So this really is sort of very AI-ish. In fact, now it might be an air. We'll see how it goes with the Russians. But
with the support from Romania to Bulgaria, it certainly looks a little bit like it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like an air in the spring turn. I'm just wondering the fall turn. You do have Vienna going to Bohemia. That can't be some lucky bounce in Bohemia from the Germans, right? There's no way they would have. Because if you just think the AI is coming, you would bounce the Tyrolia move, not the Bohemia move. So that must be an arranged bounce for whatever reason. You don't think so, Brian?
I mean, sure, but why? I'm shaking my head. I don't see any value in that. Maybe someone else could explain that.
Honestly, to me, it's one of those things where if I'm playing Germany or Austria and I have extra 30 seconds at the end of a negotiation phase, you're the last person I'm talking to because I don't want to attack you. If we have a conversation, I'll be like, hey, what's Munich doing? Hey, what's Vienna doing? Oh, you got nothing to do? Let's bounce. Maybe even a throwaway conversation with players who didn't have anything better going on.
Well, we're probably burying the lead here. So England continues on into Skagerrak unsuccessfully, not thinking the French are coming, I think. And here come the French.
Yeah.
Nice job, by the way, for the Germans to sniff that out and bounce in Skagerrak. It's what we had hoped the German in the last game had done, which is bounce one of those moves to Helgoland or Skagerrak. All right, fall turn. What do we got? Russians. We got Jamal Black-Harley somehow doing well in a game. That's never happened before.
I'm betting that this is arranged, by the way, the getting the Sweden fleet out from hanging over Marcus's head, providing that flexibility. It was the only way to guarantee Norway between the two of them, and I think it benefits both of them to get that fleet out. I think that the successful convoy from Gascony to Wales is pretty big news, particularly given that Brendan will not build and Liverpool is open for the taking. I think that those are probably the biggest pieces of news here.
Ukraine to Galicia is interesting. I guess there's probably no better move than that in terms, even if you're sticking with the air, because you're getting yourself closer to Silesia and supporting a move to Bohemia and all that. But it's still a little bit iffy if you're the Austrians to have a Russian in there.
I wouldn't. I mean, with the fleet in Romania, it's not so bad, I guess.
Yeah, I don't hate it from this position. I generally wouldn't be a huge favor of it, but I don't hate it here.
But I'm guessing also that the Sevastopol is open for the build, right?
That's what I would assume. Adam, are you putting down Army Sev? Is that
depends really honestly on what you want to do here. I love fleets, so I would be building a fleet Sev, but that is a grossly arrogant move to make.
Well, it's also a grossly anti-Italian move to make, right? I mean, there's just literally no reason if you're Italy to see a second Russian fleet unless you're being cut out of this thing in favor of an AR.
I'm telling you what I would do.
And I'm telling you, as the Italian, no, man, you're not doing it. All right, so Hoag's wanting us to talk about the German position here.
I want to know what you're putting down as Germany from this position, David Hood.
Fleet. Ooh, or maybe wave.
I'm not A6. I don't irrationally love fleets, but in this particular case, I mean, do you play with little fleets in the bathtub still, Sig? I mean, I just wonder.
I refuse to talk about my bathtub habits.
All right, fine. Well, you can make an argument for an army because there are, like, somebody went to Tyrolia, somebody's been trying to go to Bohemia, somebody's maybe going to Silesia here. So you could make an argument for an army, I think. And I might consider it. Yeah, I might consider it for that reason. Just to be flexible defensively.
Two armies when they could have been two fleets. Unfortunate.
All right. Spring 1903, Adam, show us why those should have been fleets.
No. They're probably the better moves to build the armies. Let me be clear. They have enough fleets. I mean, there's great fleet power in the north. This is a good set of coordination between, although confusing. I mean, it looks like an arranged bounce in Silesia to keep folks out. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. We're burying the lead here again. Successful convoy from Tunis to Bulgaria is a really big deal here, combined with Vienna to Galicia. Really making some switches and changes. Looks like all three of those players were in on jumping on Jamal. Massive gains for France and England. Irish taking London successfully, right? Because North Sea was cut, so that was guaranteed. And walking the fleet up to Irish also means that France is going to be able to take Liverpool this year. It's a disastrous situation for Brandon and England. So despite the fact that you have a monster German position, he is about to be sandwiched next to France with a growing Italy as well. So a bit of an interesting situation. There's some massive moves here. I love that convoy of Bulgaria.
It is really impressive in this particular interface where you see these gigantic arrows with all these supports and all this Sturm und Drang going into Bulgaria. It's outstanding. Now, if you're Germany in this position and it's strong, I know the reason you've got a strong France next to you because they're your friend, they're your ally that's helping you take down your enemy.
But what are you gaining from it, right? From France, you gained Belgium in 1901.
Yeah,
and North Sea.
They're going to have to be able to at least get Edinburgh to get their pieces of it. I'm not saying that's wrong, but if there is going to be a strong FG, it is hard for Germany to get their pieces of that early. I think at this point, frankly, you get your pieces out of going after the Russians.
I absolutely agree. You get your pieces going after the Russians, but your position with Army Livonia is going to Moscow here or Warsaw more likely. Maybe it's not so bad because the German got jumped or the Russian got jumped on in the south. But if that switch hadn't changed and Russia was also growing one this year, which was expected, I'm not sure I like this position quite as much.
Well, it's always safer to be a France in this position than a Germany. I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with Germany having a strong French ally and taking out the English. I actually love that when I'm playing Germany. Get that corner power, get that corner power out of there, and then hope.
A lot of information here is determined based on what are Sam's moves. I mean, you can see Eastern to Ionian, Ionian to Tyrrhenian, right? That is a move with a lot of foresight. Let's be honest, right? And the second piece that is not entirely, or a big question is, what does Karsten build in France with his newfound wealth? So I think there's a lot of interesting questions here.
Sam has made these moves, but these moves are a mistake.
I agree. Ionian might not have been a mistake.
No, that one's not a mistake. But Eastern should have hit Smyrna. That doesn't make sense.
Eastern should have hit Smyrna to guarantee the move from Balticon.
And that's what Austria was expecting. That's why Austria was backfilling into Bulgaria. So that was just a flub there on Sam's part.
Could have done it with one. Let's be fair, right? The second, the support was actually not needed.
Well, you didn't know what the Russians were doing exactly. So
it's fair.
So I suspect that's why they did it that way, but I guess we'll find out.
Right, but I would have sent one to Bulgaria and then made a support attack into Romania. Because you have three.
Also, that would have worked for one thing.
Well, you had 3 on Rum. Of course it was going to work.
Yeah.
So
that might be some kind of rapprochement with the Russians.
How did Germany get Edinburgh? What happened there?
Walked out. That's the best way. Brandon's ready to go home.
Okay, Brandon's done. Got it. Well, that improved Marcus's position.
Well, I mean, is this Jamal talking the AI out of attacking them? I mean, it looks like it.
We shall see.
Certainly looks like it. Look, they moved away. They moved away back towards Germany here.
Well, it's also Wes Ketchum talking people out of getting. I mean, Wes is good in a corner. He's really managed to defend this position beautifully, and I think sometimes people underestimate great play when somebody also has a very small number of pieces on the board. But worth calling out how amazing it is that Wes still has 3 at the end of 1903, and in as good a position diplomatically and positionally as he is.
It's pointed out in the chat, and it's worthy of repeating, that it is cool that we have 3 Australians playing in this game. I mean, we've had some really good face-to-face events in Australia lately. There's been some virtual league games played. Really great to see that hobby bouncing back here.
Absolutely. We will be featuring the Australian Virtual League on an upcoming edition of League Night. So stay tuned.
Is that the one that's called the Snake Pit? Is that what that's
called?
called?
The Snake Pit. You got it. So we're seeing a little bit of
It's the Snake Pit is what it is.
All right. Winner of 03, we bid farewell to Brandon Austin. Thank you for playing. We've got some interesting builds here, but we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to just push through. We'll keep moving into the spring. Adam.
I'm trying to figure out Jamal's current diplomatic position here, which is, it looks like I'm still trying to figure things out with the AI, but also putting two pieces in Galicia, which is not making Austria my friend. It's like, it's a little confusing. The AI looks like it's pretty well together and coordinated. And the FG looks pretty well and coordinated. I got to say, I'd rather be the FG here than the AI. But, they should both be trying to vie for Jamal's allegiance here. At least the AI should be. And maybe not doing a great job with it. But a lot of movement and momentum and pieces with arrows, really hitting the table.
Yeah, and again, I understand why Sam is sending the fleets like this. It would have been great to be able to keep one further back for a while to help take the Turks out. That's one reason the AI position is not as good as the FG position, because you have Turkey behind you.
Yeah.
And you not only are they behind you, you really needed those builds. It's one thing to relocate your fleet west. It's another thing to use your eastern fleet to build a new fleet in the west. You don't have to relocate it.
Exactly. That fleet in Trinian Sea could have been in Smyrna, being built, having a new fleet in Rome. 100%.
All right, fall turn. What do you got? German fleets being ditched in Belgium, I guess, because there's nothing else. They're not going against the Russians, I guess, is the point. Why are you not in Barents, etc., with your fleet?
Trying to convince him to attack the AI, which is successful. Romania to Bulgaria, support from Black Sea.
Well,
to make sure that
the Austrians have jumped ship. They've gone to Trieste and Venice. They've completely jumped ship.
Fair.
So they've lost Bulgaria, I understand, but they have also tanked the Italian position, which is really good news for France, right?
Yeah. This is an interesting one.
Yeah,
I feel like Jamal is a little bit behind on these conversations, right? Needs to be more decisive in terms of who he's working with, right? Because if he is now throwing in his lot with the German, is the German going after the French player? I don't know.
It doesn't really look like it with Denmark to Baltic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's allying with Austria.
Clearly that's what Jamal is doing.
Yeah. So
maybe it'll work out.
Yeah. All right. 1904, Army Moscow, Army Vienna. So looks like those Austria and Russia continuing to work together is my read on those. I hate it when this happens. It never happens to me because I usually am not building as Germany in this position, but unable to build. So got one in the pocket, spring of 05.
Germany tries to convoy to Livonia. Maybe that's an elaborate bounce because they're still bouncing in Norway. I don't know, but it's interesting. It's interesting to see that. All right, so Jamal is taking Khan here. Maybe Wes was expecting that, but I don't think so. The way Wes is moving his fleets, that's significant.
Wes gets Greece as well, which is not going to be recoverable.
No, and the convoy to Naples couldn't be stopped. But wow, this is really quite a thing if you're France. I mean, it's almost cliche to say, France has really got a strong position. I mean, we say that all the time. But this one really is pretty strong.
But Marcus, Austria isn't even going to be able to hold Naples here. Austria's going to be losing dots.
This is mostly advantage Jamal, if you want to look at it. Obviously it's advantage France.
It's advantage Carsten.
Obviously advantage France. But I was looking for someone else to say the other moves. Who is getting the better set of moves here? It's clearly the Russians, I think.
Yeah. You've got two corner powers that are both growing again. So we see a little more of that. And we've got Germany sitting in the middle. So could be a kingmaker position. Will they be able to take advantage of
well, Marcus is currently on the board top. And if I'm Marcus, I'm starting to think about who threatens my board top, right? If it's Karsten, you need to think about doing something even if it's not particularly helpful, if you don't think you have a good stab, you need to be considering whether or not the status quo is benefiting you.
I'm just sort of troubled. The AR issue is always, how do you get fleets in the mid? I'm not really sure why Jamal doesn't think that he really needs the Turkish fleets here.
If Jamal had built a second fleet in 1902, they would have more fleets in the mid.
Or they would be dead, because that would have been a bad position in 1902. One or the other. I mean, counterfactuals are fun to argue, but I can argue them back if you want. But it is interesting that, and maybe this is not a stab somehow, I don't know, but it certainly seems like it is from Jamal hitting Khan. Yeah, that's a stab.
Oh, yeah, because West leaves Greece, goes and takes Bulgaria instead.
I mean, why would you not do that? Austria didn't fight me. Russia did.
No, I don't like it.
All right, so the French are prioritizing taking Tyrrhenian here. Did Ionian support Tunis? Is that what happened? But Tunis moved. Okay, so if they had wanted to take Tunis, they could
had to move, because Tunis had to cut the support to make sure that you had an opportunity to try and recapture Naples, but you had to hope the Tyrrhenian Sea wasn't getting cut. You had to hope that you were losing Tunis in that situation,
or that Rome wasn't getting cut, maybe,
or Rome wasn't getting cut. Yeah.
Although I think
well played by the Austrian here.
Good defense.
I think it was obvious that both were going to get cut, though. So I don't know.
I think you asked the French to take Tunis and not Tyrrhenian Sea.
Well, spring of 1901, if you told me that Austria was building one, I would have laughed. Really well done, Yelta.
Wait a minute. Is there a fleet coming, Yelta Kuiper? Come on.
That would be a good move.
You need one. Yes. You actually need a fleet here. So that's a great build. So what is that? The the Turks are losing their fleet, Bulgaria. Yeah, that makes sense.
We talk about Jamal's fleet build too on the north coast of St. Petersburg.
Kind of has to, right?
I mean, again, it really depends on what your diplomatic situation is. But yeah, I guess you do.
Building Sev is what you really wanted to do, but I don't think you could afford it.
Again, right, I think the situation here for me as Russia is, what is my path to a board top? Is my path to a board top keeping Marcus's pieces stationary in Scandinavia? Or is my path to a board top trying to gobble up as many undefended southern dots as I possibly can? Because I'm not winning the game this way. I'm staying in second or third this way. And that's the problem I have with this build.
He might not have thought he had much of a choice, though. If he didn't have that fleet up there, where the Germans would just come and sense weakness. And here they come.
You're not wrong about that. But right now he's got 3-4 pieces holding down St. Petersburg.
Bye-bye Sevastopol.
Yeah.
And maybe the theory is that there's nothing you can do about it anyway. Just let him live up there. You'll kill him later. Take his other centers. Maybe that's the theory. And this might not be a bad theory.
Back down to 1 and get your pieces deployed.
Yeah. Now, the one thing here is the Austrians realized that they weren't going to do anything against. Wait, the French are supporting Munich, so there's still good FG cooperation here. So the Austrians didn't think that. But they've lost Silesia here because of all the trying to do the daisy chain. And the French have put the Italians into Venice, which makes perfect sense.
You pick up Venice, or you pick up Rome from it this year.
Mm-hmm. Even in a game like this where there's going to be 1910, strong FG can really work as long as you kill England fast enough. Now, it helped that England walked out of the last center, but even if that hadn't happened, this just goes to show you the power of a strong, fast-moving alliance, even in a game that goes all the way to 1910, 1911.
Although I will say I still would have written Gascony supports Burgundy to hold here.
I would support anything here other than Gascony holds. I just want to emphasize this one more time. If you are holding, make sure that you have nothing else that makes any sense to do before you say Gascony holds. Unless you're running out of time, I get that. Sometimes you run out of time. But please come up with something better to do, because yes, why would you not support Burgundy just in case?
Yep. I also would have ordered Sev to Moscow because there's more interesting things to do around St. Petersburg. But well done, Wes Ketchum, continuing to make crazy things happen with Aegean Sports 99 Degrees.
My favorite is that Sam O gets to build in Rome. So
That is really awesome.
it's going to
That's
be
pretty
fun.
great.
And it could make a difference depending
Does.
on how Sam's feeling right now. Who is Sam more upset at? We get the army, we get the Fleet Marseille, and let's
With
just
the
keep
French.
pushing on. All right, so before we proceed, we have closed that gap. We now have Germany, Marcus Lone with a 9 center board top, 1 center over Karsten and Jamal's Russia and France. Who do we like? David, go to you this time.
It is a good question. I would usually say France in this position, just because they just have such opportunities on 2 different sides of the board, so to speak. But I'm not sure that's right here, because the Russians do have an Austrian ally that is has been a strong ally throughout. I actually think, but may be vulnerable at the end. So I'm going to say that I think Jamal has a chance to pull this out. I'm going to make that sort of bold statement. I think Jamal has a chance. He's obviously got 7 in the bag whenever they want it. Maybe use the Turkish fleet as a janissary till they're ready to do it. I'm going to go with Jamal.
I will say that the decision to have the unit in Sev pulled as opposed to unit in Aegean pulled makes Jamal's position much stronger, because he really is already at 9. I think for me, the thing about Marcus's position is such a shame, right? 3 years of no growth and really no movement. And I think it was a trepidation here. A very, what I think of as a lost opportunity maybe in 1903. Because continuing the FG, and I think I said this at the time, right? Continuing the FG really provided an opportunity for France. But the question is, what was it doing for Germany at that time? I'm not sure it benefited him quite as much. I'll be contrary. I do like Jamal's position, David. I love be contrary. I'll pick France. I think there's just so much to gain here with the chaos from Russia, with the chaos from those Italian units. I think it's hard to see how 4 French fleets against 2 Austrian, 1 Italian, 1 Turkish don't end up pulling at least 2, if not 3 more centers out of that southern position. While I don't see Germany going anywhere, I'm guessing Jamal could end on 10. But if you attack the Austrian, France explodes through there. And you don't have the southern fleets to even protect Smyrna. So I'm going with Karsten's position here.
Yeah, I understand the argument. And only thing I would say different from what you said is I think Germany's opportunity missed was not necessarily going after France. It was not killing Russia faster. Jamal really has no business.
One or the other. I think either one could have been okay, right? But you needed to pick a lane and really, really drop the hammer one way or the other.
Yeah, Jamal really had no business still owning St. Pete after about 1904 or so. Just no business. But he doesn't own it now either, because he's lost his fleet, which was obviously going to happen at some point.
Did that have to happen?
It didn't have to happen this term, and it was going to happen in the long run. I mean, we all know in the long run that you can't hold St. Pete.
Sure.
But so he's prioritizing going down south to put pressure on whom?
Well, I'm guessing here it's Austrian centers.
It's got to be. But
I mean, in this situation, Jamal could be saying, like, look, maybe actually I need to be freeing up Marcus's power with all those extra units. Because that's what I would have been trying to do as Marcus, as Jamal 3 seasons ago. I would have been saying, take St. Petersburg, go do something else, right? I'll make it easy on you. Which this could have been the option for him 3 games years ago as Jamal. Anyway,
I don't think he said, please take my Warsaw. I don't think he said that.
No, but I don't know why he ordered out of that one.
I don't think he expected it. But
good on Marcus going up to here.
There's something going on here with all these holds, though. You don't just hold your units like that, do you?
No. But I mean, look, he's going up too. So how do you criticize?
How do I criticize whom?
Marcus going up too. I mean, I would have followed up to Silesia.
I don't. I'm just saying there's something going on here, some kind of deal. Maybe he's being struck or something.
Maybe. But you have Karsten also gaining Piedmont with the army, picking up Naples. My only disappointment here is I would have left Ionian in place and to move Tyrrhenian Sea forward, because I think Ionian is a bottleneck and you want to be moving fleets through as much as possibly can.
I want to make it clear to Jamal that when I picked him earlier, I did not pick him to immediately attack his Austrian ally. I didn't see that as his path forward. I thought the Austrian ally was his path forward in 1909 or something, but not 1907.
Although neither of us picks Marcus Lone, now up to 11.
I know it. I know it. Well, I didn't expect the Russians to do what they did. I mean, honestly, I thought they and Austria were still going to sort of keep the Germans in check, and that's obviously not what's happening.
Yeah. I got to say that Paris army build is a panic build in reference to Marcus going up with 2.
Don't you have to build it? You
absolutely do. Yeah, you need to be in defensive mode here because those pieces don't have as many places to go. I mean, Austria is not that concerned with you if you don't want to be concerned with him as Germany. And if you're defending your board top as Marcus, I don't know. You can go. So you've got a lot of options here. There's a lot of places to go, but he's not keeping Warsaw. So
North Sea to English Channel is looking really good right now.
Yeah, Ruhr to Belgium. Yeah, Munich to Ruhr, Berlin to Munich.
Yeah,
envoy to Yorkshire is probably what I would do. But yeah, I like it this way too.
Yeah, we could almost speed through this except for tactical purposes. The Austrians, it looks like they're now working with the Russians again, maybe theoretically. I don't know.
Karsten gets Rome, and there's a destroyed unit in Apulia. I'm guessing that whole situation is arranged. All right, it looks like Austria and France. We're done here. We're done fighting.
It might be too late. The German position is going to be pretty decent, but we'll see. Maybe not.
Well, there's a lot of pieces in the middle of the board all of a sudden.
And as you point out, they weren't going to keep Warsaw. All right, now wait a minute. Fleet English to London instead of fleet north to London?
Yeah, another situation where if you had convoyed to Yorkshire, right, you would have been able to pick up both London and Liverpool here. Although, having the army in Kiel to defend Munich, pretty key. So, not bad.
Munich, Schmunich, though. Munich, Schmunich. You really want to hold Liverpool there. I think.
Give up Munich for Liverpool.
Yeah, I think.
So we'll see Fleet Brest, probably, I would assume.
Probably.
Fleet Brest, yeah.
And
do we draw?
I doubt it. I suspect that somebody like Jamal may think they can really benefit here. The Austrians are, again, just like I said, 1909, they're going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Austria knows that, so he moves back. I don't blame him. I don't blame Yelta at all.
Yeah, but if with Austria moving back, it takes the pressure off of Marcus in a really meaningful way. If I'm Jamal, I probably pulled the trigger on attacking Austria here. Romania supports Galicia to Budapest sort of situation. Black Sea could have supported Konoptobol. I think that would be more important than getting the fleet out. But honestly, I like Jamal's positioning here as well.
He knows how to move his pieces around. I question the attack on Austria so early, and I said that at the time, and I'm still saying it. I think that really took the pressure off of Germany in a way that allowed this to happen.
I agree. But if he hadn't given up Warsaw or something, anyway.
All right, so German position. They've only got 2 fleets. They're going to lose to 3 fleets. That's what happened.
But if he'd had the peace in Yorkshire, right? He really having an army on the English Isle really gives you a lot of control over those centers. Now that both of them are jockeying around with all those fleets, it's going to be quite a mess.
And the game does.
It is a mess, but the time is coming. There's not going to be time necessarily for the French to make such a big dent. So I'm not against the draw. I think this was the most likely scenario was he was going to top.
Yeah, and there's a chance it could have ended by time as well here.
Agreed. Yeah, that's true.
They were playing. Wow, another fun game. Well done to Marcus Lone. I will be honest, I did not expect from that middle position. I assumed that either France or Russia would probably have the upper hand. Just a masterful mid game from Marcus to pull that out, and congratulations.
Yeah, we complained about his tempo, but it turns out that the timing, was okay. But I still think it wouldn't have been probably if Jamal had made a different choice in 1907.
He'd been topping since 1902, and he chose to slow play it. He didn't need to win by 5. He only needed to win by 2, and he did. Good on him for choosing the path that secured it, and not the path that risked it.
It's just a well played game, frankly, by a couple of different players. I thought Kirsten played pretty well in France.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
Another fun one.
I think there was good play there from Wes Ketchum as well, who died, but also had some very good play.
Yeah. Any game where Wes Ketchum dies is good game by me. So
Chicago people just love each other. It's the true city of brotherly love, is actually.
All right. Let's transition into our third game. Here we go. All right. Wind Waker, VDL 174, Austria, Isaac Jukes, England, Brandon Dix, France, Noah M, Germany, Aslan Sarwar, Italy, Fanstar1. Fanstar1 looks like a first-time player along with Noah M. Welcome. Russia, we have Wes Ketchum, and Turkey, Jason Gray. Good group of players, several of which we've seen play on this broadcast, a couple that will be new to us. Let's go ahead and move into spring of 1901. And this time we're going to swap places again. David, you take the lead.
All right. The Austrians thought that they had a deal on a DMZ of Galicia, but they did not. And that's a fairly significant thing that I see that just jumps out at me, in addition to the Armenian fist bump that we're seeing there, the Sev and Smyrna move. Now, normally you do that, and Ankara goes to Khan, right? So Ankara going to Black Sea means that this is a fist bump where the Turks put some brass knuckles on their fist, and so it's not really an even fist bump. So that's not good for Wes Ketchum. Wes may be playing from behind again like he did in the last round.
Yeah, it looks like he's like, I have agreed to 2 DMZs, and I'm going to violate one of them, and he chose the one that he didn't want to choose. So could be worse for Isaac if Turkey wasn't also in a quite premier position, and Wes wasn't probably on an apology tour right now.
Probably. You go ahead and take Romania with 3 units. Makes perfect sense. We don't see the bounce in Sweden very much these days. So Wes has somehow has arranged for us to see that as well. That used to be almost a 50-50 move at one point in our hobby. And now I would argue it's more like a 10-90, 10%, 90% type situation, maybe 20-80.
I think we might see English going to English channel more often than we see the bounce in Sweden these days.
It's true. English again taking Belgium with the Army. I can't remember if that's all 3 games tonight, but it's certainly 2 of the 3, maybe all 3 of them. English took
and everybody agrees that England should be in there.
Yep. I mean, the short answer is the Belgians don't like the English Army to be in Belgium, but they don't really count in this game, unfortunately.
All right.
Brandon builds an army. Good on you, Brandon.
I thought you were Mr. Fleet. What is all this army?
No. I believe in building fleets for army powers and armies for fleet powers.
You just believe in being contrarian. That's the Adam Siegel I know. All right.
There you go.
Speaking of contrarianism, you don't see Skagerrak as much as you might want to see. And here we go. English going into Skagerrak here. They've already taken Sweden. So this, usually when you go into Skagerrak, it's because you are, trying to be the one to take Sweden in the fall or something. Going into Skagerrak,
they're doing it for leverage on Denmark,
I assume, but Helgoland also gives you leverage on Denmark.
Yeah, but Helgoland likely was a bounce here. And I think probably what I'm seeing if I'm Brandon Dix in this situation, which I like this move. Skagerrak is going to make it, and I'm going to have 3 on Skagerrak. I give up Helgeland. I don't care because I'm still getting Denmark.
Well,
So
all I
like
know
it.
is that Wes is not getting much from anybody in this game. That is
He's
one
getting
thing.
friends, right? He's got Brandon Dix as a friend now. And that's about it.
He's going to need him. He's going to need him.
Yes.
As one of my favorite Captain Picard quotes, the guy's being thrown away at the end of the Star Trek episode because he's a bad admiral. He's getting ready to get court-martialed and put in jail. I've got friends, Picard. He says, "You're going to need them." And he is going to need some friends because he is in bad shape in the South, in the East.
I'm curious to see what Noah's doing. I feel like he's got a slow play position, trying to figure out a little bit what's going on. That Belgian army looking a little surrounded.
Well, and the fleets are looking very non-committal.
Yep.
Fall turn. What do we have? Well, the Russians have taken Romania back. Why do we do that? Because the Austrians have moved out. Let's see what's going on here. Austrians thought they were taking Bulgaria with support. That's what they thought. So, and obviously there was an AI going on, but they maybe thought the Russians were throwing in because the Turks were attacking. But instead, the Russians are taking Romania back.
If you're Italy, why are you taking Greece and not Trieste?
Perhaps Greece was offered to him for some reason.
Oh, you know what it is? It's to prevent
the Bulgaria
from retreating.
Yeah. To prevent Bulgaria from going. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
But then if you're Italy, you want the convoy, not the move.
I think that's right. Although if you're Austria, you don't really want that. You don't
Yeah,
really want Austria and Greece.
If I were negotiating that, if I were inviting them in, I think I could see an argument for, yeah, you can do it, but only with the fleet.
Fair.
I don't know. We've seen 2 games where Italy didn't really have a great game. Perhaps this is one where they're going to have a better game. At least to hear.
Can we talk about Wes Ketchum's friend Brandon Dix coming through for him, giving up Sweden to allow Bothnia to go in order to secure the 1 build instead of the multiple Skagerrak move coming through?
Yeah, yes, he has a friend in Brandon Dix. I agree.
Yeah, but I mean, what's going to happen here is Sweden will support a move into Baltic, right? Skagerrak will come down into Denmark. This is great. This is great for Wes.
Wes is in great shape. You're right. Wes is in spectacular shape.
Really came out smelling like roses for Wes Ketchum.
Particularly when Austria is saying to Italy, "Wait a minute, guy. I'm at 3 and you're at like 6. So what's going on here?" Or I'm at 4 and you're at 6.
Yeah.
But as you can see, the Italians were not coming. And the Italians have 3 armies to face 2 French fleets with. The math doesn't work very well. He's got to hope that, it does look like a postal map over there. You're right.
I love that.
But he's got to hope that something happens here to pull the French fleets back. But is he going to see that? Probably not with the English fleet going into Helgoland.
No,
it's not going to be a switcheroo that's going to cause the French fleets to leave.
Yeah, that army in Yorkshire is going to finally come into play in Holland here. It's going to be quite.
That army they got built has really done a lot so far. I mean, that's been awesome.
Which, I'm sorry?
That army they got built has really done a lot for the English so far.
Yeah, but the point is, it's going to make it to the island, or it's going to make it to the continent.
I think it's great that army that was built in 1901 is eventually going to get somewhere in 1903. I think that's great.
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear it called out, but we've also got Austria slipping into Munich with support from the French.
Boy, I did not see that. I did not see that.
A little bit fun. All right, fall 1903.
And they're keeping it.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. All right, what are they doing else? They're also taking Bulgaria because they and the Italians are now best buddies again. You hate to see.
But they're losing Serbia to the Russians.
They lost to the Russians. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's not great either. Well, you hate to see all these Italian holds, but honestly, given where the armies are, there's nothing else for them to do. I guess so. I guess that makes sense.
Venice could have done something here. I might have done a Venice to Piedmont, Rome to Venice, because you might have to drop back to defend it next season, but at least it gives France something to think about in terms of having to defend yourself.
Well, but it means you don't have to. Well, maybe
convoy. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're convoying because you're not going to be able to hold Tunis here.
I don't know, but Aslan, man, it was great to see you back. We don't have anybody other than Aslan who's played with us from Pakistan, I don't think. So it was great to see him back, but he's already gone, man. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for playing that.
Absolutely. Wes Ketchum definitely looking in a stronger position than at the start of this game. Who needs friends, right?
No, he needed exactly one friend, and his
One
friend has
friend.
been working out for him.
Yeah, I can't imagine that he's ever going to lose that friend either. There's
If I'm Brandon, I might be making a couple
now that Germany's dead, there's no incentive for Brandon to do something like attack the Russians. I don't see any incentive for that. Do you?
Well,
I mean, Brandon has a lot of choice here. Brandon has a lot of choices here.
Not with an army Edinburgh, they don't.
No, you're mocking these armies, man. The armies are good.
Armies are fine. I'm not saying they're not, but Army Edinburgh is not an anti-French move that you can slip into the channel with.
The only disagreement here is that if Yorkshire were in Kiel instead of the fleet, which could have happened last turn, it would be a different situation.
Yorkshire could be anywhere. So far, they've gone nowhere. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
all right. Spring of 1904. There we go.
There we
got
go.
some
Army into
movement.
Kiel. Army into Kiel. All right. What else do we have here? We've got the Italians not convoying back to Albania. Oh, they didn't order it correctly, or what? Maybe that's just a joke. What did Ionian do? Convoys Ionian? Oh, they miswrote their order. They were trying to convoy to Albania. That happens. It happens to all of us, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Fanstar. That's a rough one.
That is a rough one. Russians continue to facilitate a pretty decent position in the south there. What are the English doing? They're going to Kiel, going to Denmark with the fleet to move out of the way. They're trying. I guess maybe they are trying to disengage. Maybe that's what fleet did. Berlin to Baltic means. I don't know, or just making sure the English didn't go there.
I think the other thing that's very interesting here is maybe less interesting because there's fewer pieces at stake, but Italy and Turkey quite working something out. Maybe making it so that Smyrna is stationary here at the end of the round. I think that maybe my one piece of advice here would be if Smyrna is in the good graces of Jason Gray, you probably could have gone to Aegean in the fall or in the spring to see if you could have done something different with that unit next season.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Although being in Smyrna looking pretty good. That move would not have been possible if you had moved into the Aegean. So well done. Austria and England working out something to attack the Russian.
Wait! The English attacked the Russians? What the? There's no way that was foreseeable. You know what I really like? You know what I really like? Yorkshire has been pacified. There is no chance there's going to be a rebellion.
This is another situation where Yorkshire could have convoyed instead of the move. Incidentally, North didn't go to Norway, but you could have ordered that as a convoy instead.
You could, but then you wouldn't keep the Yorkish peasants under control, which is basically what that army did. It's like playing. Brandon's like playing with an arm behind it. I'm going to build an army, leave him in England, never move him, never do anything with him. I'm still going to beat you because I'm playing with an arm.
I love Brandon's moves. I've loved Brandon's play all game long. I gotta say,
I do too.
You're mocking it, but I think it's
for no reason. Yeah, I'm ribbing you for no reason because Brandon's having a great game.
He's doing a great game. Honestly, getting those English armies into places like Kiel and Berlin, that's how you're successful as England. You can always get St. Petersburg later, but locking down the middle of the board like that, that's a position that's not going anywhere. I'm
really glad he built another army because he didn't have an extra one or anything. But I'm glad he built another army in London as opposed to a fleet. I'm glad to see that.
I'm going to play contrarian a little bit. If you're convoying it off, it's having one hang back does. If your ally is the French, it makes it a lot less attractive for France to decide, hey, I'm going to turn around and come back to the island.
That is definitely the argument. I mean, Riaz is doing that currently in the Olympus finals. He's got an army that he's built in England. All kidding aside, he's built an army in England and left it there for defensive purposes. But in that game, France has got a fleet closer to England.
Yeah.
In this game, France ain't got no fleets close to England.
I think Noah's position here could have been played a little bit more aggressively, in particular with pieces like Gascony. I think if that piece had been in Piedmont or even in Spain to be convoyable next turn to Tuscany with support from Trentine Sea, I think that would have been a much more tempo forward position for Noah, because he does have fleet superiority, but he does not have piece count superiority by virtue of his choices.
Yeah, that is totally right.
Adam, I will go to you for first pick. Who do you like to win this game?
I mean, I think Brandon's been playing beautifully. If you count St. Petersburg basically in his pocket, and there's a lot of pieces locked up in Italy that may or may not be going anywhere anytime soon. Man, I really love Brandon's position here. I wouldn't count West catch him out, but I like Brandon's position.
Yeah, I think Wes is the other one that's got a decent shot, not just because he's at 7, but just because his position is pretty decent. The Italian position is not great. Just the pieces are just not usable where they are. And the French position
messy. There's a lot going on in that position, and it could work out based on the diplomacy, based on the pieces and the way that they're written. But everything would have to come up pretty well for that to work out.
I agree with you, and I also agree with you that the French position is just not designed with armies sitting around to move quickly anywhere.
And I have to say that I do think it's an underutilization. I think that if there were a little bit more aggression, would have been better off. But man, am I scared of that English position if I'm Noah, and I don't blame the hesitancy.
Yeah, I'm scared of that English position if I'm almost anybody here, because it's just such a good position with an army sitting there not doing anything.
I think I would have prioritized getting at least one of those armies onto the continent here.
I know, but he really is like playing with an arm behind his back and saying, "Ha ha, I could beat you with my left hand," and he's beating her with his left hand. Yes, but you're right.
For example, he prioritized Denmark to the Baltic over Yorkshire to Norway here.
Although Denmark's pretty cool. I mean, Baltic's pretty cool.
The other option would have been to convoy from London and move Yorkshire up to Edinburgh, so that at least in the fall, Norwegian could have made the convoy as well.
Could have convoyed to Denmark here, because Denmark's moving.
Yep.
So get somebody out, and yes, the Russians would have gotten into Norway, but who cares? I mean,
yeah, agreed. I like this position. Also, Budapest to Vienna, continued movement forward for West Ketchum. Another very well played game by him. The loss of Serbia is a little bit dodgy here for him. It's going to be hard for him to get back, but maybe arranged.
Yeah, I would guess arranged, but we'll see. Yeah, because
arranged.
The Trieste. Yeah.
Greece and Bulgaria switch.
Oh, you always if they're Russians, you always hate to see the death of the fleet, but of course, maybe you can rebuild it. Let's see. He's not losing in the south. He gained Vienna. So I guess he could theoretically rebuild a fleet. He's not going to rebuild a North Coast fleet, but
no, I'm building in Moscow here and hoping that Brandon goes away.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, the French now are in Piedmont after all that discussion we had earlier.
French are in Holland as well.
That was, I assume, to even up the center count a little better between the alliance partners. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, but Brandon is pulling as a result. It'd be a shame to see him lose one of those armies.
And not going into Munich.
Good point.
Winter of 1905.
If you pull Yorkshire, those guys are going to revolt. That's why you've been there the whole time. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He doesn't.
Fleet. That's actually the right answer, because he doesn't need 5 fleets at this point unless he's going against the English immediately. So I actually think that's the right pull, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look, in this situation, if you want to stab the French, Denmark is a fine pull, because you're likely going to get your convoy to Belgium, take Holland out in the fall. You're not actually really in danger. He's got a guaranteed pickup of 1 this year, at least in St. Petersburg, if he wants it, and he could pick up more off of France.
Yep. Also, somebody's probably going to take Munich this year. I don't know exactly who, but somebody's going to take it.
Yeah, probably West. He's the one with all the armies.
French have put the Austrians in there.
Well, it's EF has 4, and Austria 1, Russia 3, right?
You know, this is the second game we've seen where France has a strong position in the mid, but just really can't move it fast enough, and they haven't done it here at all. Part of that is, to be honest, part of that's probably just some passive play. I mean,
yeah.
As you said, how aggressive would you want to be if your ally was in Brandon Dix's position?
Well, Brandon's been good to know on this game. Yeah. Gave him Belgium, gave him Holland. Both of them were blue at some point.
Yeah.
You know, why would you not convoy York out there?
I don't know. To pacify the peasants.
Rebellion.
I mean, that's just about the only reason. Now, theoretically, it's because you're going to convoy into Holland here or something. I don't know, but you could do that even if you had convoy to Denmark. You know, you could still slip the convoy to Holland or whatever you're trying to do. Of course, in that case, well, see that then you do this, and it's like, if you're going to do that, then why is the army not moving to Wales so that can convoy down that way?
Or if it had been in Denmark, Denmark could have gone to Kiel. Kiel could have gone to Holland.
Kiel to Holland with support or not, yeah. But maybe North Sea to English Channel is to go in to help the French.
I mean,
maybe
if France is willing to do that, like, yeah, come on, give me help. I would be willing to delay. It's only 1906. I can get into
Adam, at this point, you're going to have to agree that Army Yorkshire, it can't just hold.
I think if Army Yorkshire had been in Holland, it would have been very impactful to having a number of middle board pieces. I also think that Army Norway could have been in Army Ruhr, and you just need 2 or 3 pieces of the fleets to take St. Petersburg and then go sail away. You didn't need the army up there. I think that the decision to move the army to threaten West in the long run locks down more of your pieces and more of your power than it locks down of Wes's. That's my assessment.
How are you going to threaten West when he's got that many armies in place?
Exactly, right? I mean, there's this common wisdom that England needs an army up there. It needs an army in St. Petersburg in order to push down. But realistically, in most games, you're not actually doing that. And the army itself would have been very valuable in other places. But again, I like Brandon's play here. I'm not trying to denigrate. I just think we've seen a lot of slower play both in the last game and in this game. I would have advocated for players to push a little bit harder than they have been.
Well, someone not slow playing. We've got Wes Ketchum slipping into Venice. I don't think that is insignificant. So
he's been the one stepping on the gas this game, and it's been really paying out for him.
And he's got some nice arrangements with the Turks and with the Italians. Has been.
Yeah, I think playing like Jason has maybe the difference maker there in the East. You needing those units to be.
He's made himself useful for sure.
Yeah.
I think the English fleet really was there to help. Now, maybe it won't be in the long run, but the English fleet has gone down there to lock down to make sure the Italians don't leak out into the Mediterranean. I think. Yeah. We'll see.
I think you're right.
Otherwise, there's a lot of static position here, isn't there? A lot of static position in the sort of the northern reaches. Let's look in the south, though. Let's see. French fleet dead. Tactics here are not terribly surprising. It is hard if you've got a French fleet in Tuscany to keep that alive very long. It often gets popped in these situations. Because you have to prioritize not letting them back into Turanian. I think we could just move on, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there's some attempt to do some things in the...
England retakes Holland.
Yeah, he does take Holland, and the Turks take Vienna and Greece. Turkey's trying to come back, and Bulgaria. Turkey's trying to come back.
Bulgaria and Greece and Vienna, yeah, up 3.
Yeah, they're trying to come back.
Good for Jason Gray, man. You played that well.
Yeah, that is nicely done. That is nicely done.
Yeah.
That's very nicely done.
So my question is, I was in support of Mid-Atlantic coming down to help because at the last minute you could move in. But if you're taking Holland here, why not take Spain? Like, why not just?
Assuming that, I'm assuming that that they made a deal or something to get that English army onto the continent to help. We need to put it in Holland. I'm assuming. It's the only thing I can think of is that it's got to be some kind of deal. The French are not losing a unit here because they already lost the.
Because they had the fifth unit,
Yeah.
but which of those pieces is more impactful here? The one on the stalemate line, where the stalemate is already completely locked up by Burgundy, Ruhr, Kiel, Berlin, Baltic. You're not short pieces. Or the one on the stalemate line in the south that is quite fluid. It would be a hard sell if I was in Noah's position to make that case. But I mean, this game is about to be blown open by Jason Gray's move, which is going to pull 2 green pieces and 1 pink piece off the board. Seeing where those pieces come from is going to be way more impactful than this minutia we're talking about right here, because
that's probably right.
Jason's going to be picking up dot after dot after dot here. I think he's on 6, but he's going easy 8.
Yeah, this is losing track of your pirate, your janissary.
Yeah,
my point was going to be, I think Noah had already sort of agreed that Brandon was going to be the topper, and sort of didn't think there was any chance he was going to unseat Brandon. Had a good relationship with Brandon, doesn't mind him topping. That was my thinking about why Holland happened. But let's just find out as we go.
Yeah, but with the removal of those 2 Italian pieces, right? Didn't pull Adriatic, pulls Tuscany, right? I think Noah is set to grow here.
Yeah, he just didn't know.
If I'm Brandon, now also with Prussia coming off the board, it starts to create a lot of questions for me about what I'm doing, right? I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what happens here.
I think you got to worry about the fact that the Turks are going to have a lot of centers, but I'm not sure the Turks can get up to defeat Brandon for the board.
Depends on how aggressively Brandon plays it, I think.
Well, there's Belgium, there's Portugal, there's Brest. There's all sorts of ways to play this very aggressively.
I have one prediction, and that is that the game will not draw here, and it does not.
Does not. Yeah, I mean, English Channel, Turkey, or if
really
France was back way.
Leon to Spain with support.
Yeah, I don't like it. Middle Atlantic Ocean hold. I don't love that either.
Well, right. I mean, I guess that's the support, is that you were trying to make sure you get to Spain so you can cover Portugal in the fall turn if you need to or something.
But why not move Middle Atlantic Ocean to Portugal now? Why not move to Brest now?
Well, in theory, if you go to Portugal now, the French could be in mid-Atlantic and Spain.
He could have theoretically gone to Spain and Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but what kind of madman would have ordered Lyon to Spain, Western Mid-Atlantic Ocean to Mao in that position?
I don't know, but speaking of madmen, let's look and see how our Turkish friend is holding.
Oh, yeah. Jason, go.
Well, he's not going to be able to hold all this stuff. I mean, it was bold. But, when you said he was going to go to 8 for sure, I'm like, I don't know, because there's a lot of units that can come.
Oh, man, I believe in Jason's position.
All right. And I believe in you, Adam Siegel.
Okay, I don't like it so much anymore. That was a disappointing fall of 1908.
Also, Brandon, what are you doing? Well, he's obviously decided not to go after French centers, which is fine. He maybe thinks he's just got this game anyway, and he might be right.
Yeah,
but he sure hasn't done much here.
But I think your point is he doesn't need to.
And I think he thinks that. And is that the Belgium supporting the army to Holland?
It is.
It is.
So maybe they know they're not going to stab, and they're just going to hunker down, wait for Adam Siegel's favorite Turk to not top this board.
No, Jason, I believed.
Realize that Brandon is going to do it anyway.
There was a lot more friendship between Noah and Fanstar One than I really expected on these turns, to be honest with you.
Well, and Wes
really
had a lot of
good.
units. Wes had a lot of units to come back and deal with the Jason Gray situation.
Yeah, but only because Brandon didn't also play more aggressively, right? Like kicking Isaac out, moving on Warsaw. He does have that army in St. Petersburg. He could have convoyed to Livonia. There were a lot of choices that Brandon made to basically say, like, yeah, you know what? I'm okay here.
Might as well call the game here. Now, Fleet
Yes.
Breast is an interesting build, but still, not sure to what end.
All right, spring 1909. Do we continue on?
No, they're going to draw. They're playing. Oh, they're not going to play a draw.
We do.
So now Brandon attacks.
Now he attacks when the building after the fleet got built.
He didn't like that Fleet Breast.
Wow, that's interesting. Also,
Yeah, a lot of movements here.
Probably fine. Brandon's still in good shape. Almost didn't matter whether
Brandon's in great shape because look, he had to deal with 4 Russian armies. Now he has to deal with 0 Russian armies. Right? Now he has all the flexibility in the world. And look, Brandon has made in last game as well, right? The players who were playing slow games really made out like bandits. And good on him for doing it.
You know, Jason's move was I thought Jason's move was fun, and I probably would have done it too. But it was a very high risk thing, and here's the
I think that in order to make it work, you had to rely on Brandon being more aggressive and Italy and France continuing to fight. Right. But that didn't work out for him.
That did not work out. Man, it was worth a shot. I mean, he's still going to be in a decent position at the end of the game, and he was not even at the time of the move. You know, he had 3 guys spread out.
He's having more fun now than he was before. Of course. So guarantee you that.
It was definitely the right thing to do. All right, we've all agreed on that.
If Jason continues playing in the league, you get your top 4 scores, you get the average of the rest. So this would improve the average. So.
It would. All right, what else is happening here? Oh, Brest is taking
lost Brest. Keeps Belgium.
Makes sense.
Gets Burgundy. Yeah, I think Brandon's position would have been better if he again had been more aggressive, but not terrible here.
He does lose Moscow. I mean, Moscow was not keepable. He wasn't probably even thinking he was going to.
I think the concern here that I have for Brandon is that in order to hold St. Petersburg, he needs 2 pieces. And he does not have them anymore. And if I'm Wes, I am salivating at the idea of getting that home center back in 1910.
Yep, but it's end of 1909, and you're at how many centers?
Oh, he's not going to top the board. That was not what I meant to say.
Okay, but yeah, you're right that St. Pete is obviously vulnerable. Although all you got to do is put a guy in Norway at this point.
It's true.
All right, spring 1910, most virtual diplomacy league games end in 1910. So we will find out if this one was going faster. Probably the last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could.
I feel sad for Jason's position that he's continuing to lose centers here. Honestly.
What do you mean? He just took Greece. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that is definitely going to keep that in the fall.
No question.
All right, fall 1910, likely the last turn. Adam, what are we looking at?
He's going to survive.
It looks like Turkey ends on 2, which is not so different than what it would have had before. England picks up good position, but doesn't pick up more dots. Nothing super exciting here at the end of the game.
All right, and do we get another turn? Yes, we do.
Another turn, right?
Even.
Okay, this could matter some because Wes is making progress here.
Mm-hmm.
He is.
Munich. I assume that Wes is the one that's supposed to get Smyrna in the fall. We'll find out.
I assume that Italy knows that Wes is the only one with a shot to top. Wes has already picked up Munich. Wes is going to pick up at least 1 or 2 more in the south. There's a chance here. There's a chance.
Probably taking Trieste.
England is in Brest, for what that's worth.
That should be able to keep it, right? Maybe not. Well, maybe so.
Picardy, he can cut Picardy. He can cut English Channel. No, he should be able to take it back. Gascony supports Paris out, but I guess there's a risk there.
Yeah, because you could lose Paris. Because you'd also lose Paris if you just move out because you're making sure that Brandon takes the top.
Yeah, maybe that's what's happening.
Look
here.
at all the holds and stuff. That's got to be what that is.
Yeah, no, he's vacating dots.
Maybe this game continued just so they could kill the Turks.
Man, was this close?
Oh my gosh, West did get close. Oh my.
It all came down to that move out of Paris.
Yeah. Because they threw him dots there as well in the south. I'm betting there were conversations around who was going to top this board, and Brandon and West were going back and forth.
Well, good for West, though, because there were a couple of times, and this is always true when you're the Russians, there were a couple of times in that game, and I was like, man, that's kind of a precarious position. Yeah. But he was able to make that work.
But West really balanced a lot of people here. And Noah and Fanstar 1 also come into terms at a really crucial moment when that also could have devolved into different directions. I think Jason played a good game, really, coming out of nowhere with that stab at the back end. I loved it, Jason. Don't let anybody tell you differently. It was a lot of really good play on this board.
Yeah.
However, Brandon played well from beginning to end. Really, all the kidding aside about the various armies and this and the other, played very, very well and deserved this board top.
Yeah. Controlled the game, never let it go. Impressive from Brandon.
Well, I played a different tempo than perhaps I would have played it, and it turned out okay. Obviously, there at the end, it was a close call, though.
Yep. Well, Chris Kelly offering some good advice here. 23 people watching the stream, 6 likes. If people hate Adam that much, we do tend to get a better like ratio. So I don't know. Maybe Chris is onto something.
I mean, you already got 2 people on the stream who hate me, so it's okay.
I understand why you might not like Adam, but please like it for the rest of us.
Yes, yeah, we do appreciate that. Also appreciate these games. We've got a good pace going. We're going to keep that momentum up. Here we go for our next one. All right, VDL 175, Ocarina of Time, Austria, Ben Kelman, England, Justin Lohr, France, Tommy Anderson, Germany, Jason Bennett, Italy, Cody Green, Russia, Starshot 1002, and Turkey, Karsten, Brett, David, help me, Fotenhauer. Thank you. So welcome Starshot and Tommy Anderson. Good to see you back in play this year. Let's get to Spring of 01.
Shout out to my son Wilson, who loved the game Ocarina of Time. I don't know how many times we played that when he was young. Shout out to my son Wilson.
One of the best.
I also love Ocarina of Time. Remains one of my top video games of all time.
Absolutely. Spring of 1901, Adam, take us away in the spring.
Bouncing Black, Bouncing Galicia, some pretty stock standard openings from basically all these players. A third game, Liverpool to Edinburgh on the opening. I got to say, I never understand that one. I'm always opening to Yorkshire in this situation, but we'll see how it works out for Justin. Everything else is pretty boring.
It's all about Army Yorkshire with you, isn't it? It's always about Army Yorkshire.
Look, those Yorkshirites are an aggressive and dangerous bunch.
File that piece of information away for future reference.
I have been to York. It is a lovely place. I recommend.
It is. It is very lovely. But how many diplomacy players do you know from Yorkshire?
Well, Marcus is pretty darn close.
Isn't Bradley Grace from Yorkshire? I think maybe.
McCallus, sorry, is very close.
McCallus is close. Yeah.
I think Bradley Grace is from Yorkshire. He sounds like a Yorkshireman to me.
Let's talk about diplomacy for a second. This is an interesting season. Warsaw to Silesia, Vienna to Galicia, both fantastically interesting moves. Very unclear about what's happening.
Baltic.
Ooh, Bothnia to Baltic. I didn't even see that one.
He thinks he's being bounced out of Sweden is what's going on here. He thinks he's being bounced out of Sweden, and he's not.
Yeah, and the convoy with the bounce in Belgium, making Germany look a little bit the fool here. And Karsten getting into Black Sea. Also a good move there.
Yeah. Is this the 4th game out of 4 where England has convoyed to Belgium? I think it is.
Yeah. and none of which were armies that immediately died. So, thumb my nose at you, DBN commentators who always say that about English armies.
So Harmony, yes, when I did go to Yorkshire, did go to that pub. It's pretty awesome. Winter of 1901.
Okay.
And
English army builds. 2 armies from Tommy Anderson is an interesting choice. I think really just says a lot about I'm going to go fight the German, and I don't care what anybody has to say about it. Personally, even when I'm planning on fighting Germany, I like building another fleet or waving, because I think there's just only so many spaces your armies can fit. But I think it's a strong message being sent out to the board on that one.
Yeah, but for most of the time when I just criticize people when they build 2 armies, it's just not enough flexibility. I'm sure Tommy has some tornado-y kind of idea here, where the armies are going to swirl up into a tornado and go all over the map. So we'll see. Starting with Burgundy. Let's see. Army convoys back to Apulia is a thing that we see sometimes. Don't see it as much when you're going to Piedmont. Maybe he expected the French to go to Piedmont. Not sure.
I gotta say, I understand why Cody's doing this here, because if you're going to loop around, you need to have some help here to attack the Turk. But if there's a strong Austria-Turkish alliance, simply swinging against Karsten here doesn't do you a lot of good.
I think I agree with that. I was wondering, though, if Venice to Piedmont was an attempt to swing west. And if you're going to do that, then convoying back to Apulia may not even be the right idea. I don't know.
I don't disagree. And I think Ionian to Tunis might have given some more tempo. But realistically, if I'm Cody here, I'm playing a little bit of a wait-and-see game, because there's a lot going on this board, right? You're seeing some aggression by the English now committing to Germany, meaning you're not going to get any help if you're attacking France. England is also committing against Russia, where Russia and Germany are starting to work together. So the EF might be in the lockstep quite for a while. So swinging against France without any support, also a bit dangerous. The movement into Romania tells me that, let's see what happens here. But I think he's probably looking around. He's feeling around, trying to figure out where he's going, and I don't hate it. Normally, I hate a stationary Italy, but this time there's nowhere really to go.
I do enjoy seeing an AT, and we haven't seen one yet so far tonight.
Yeah, one of the strengths of Italy is they do have the luxury of delaying some of their choices. It can also be a trap. So we'll just find out whether Cody does that. And then Lane, I completely agree. Foolhardy, but incredible walk right in to St. Pete.
Gonna keep it.
It's only
that was in Norway.
Gosh, there's an English army that's gone to Belgium to die.
Oh! The mistake was not convoying out of Yorkshire, right? Because you needed that. You needed that other army in play.
They really thought they were going to take Holland there? I guess they thought the French were going to cut Ruhr.
I don't think that they expected a no fleet build France to attack him, which was a miscalculation.
Again, a swirling bunch of armies in a tornado, then that happens to go north this time. We'll see where it goes after this. It's a swirling tornado of armies.
Yeah, I would have liked this move better if he wasn't also getting attacked by Cody, who decided that, doesn't want to mess with that AT. He's going to go west.
Interesting.
But Ben Kelman making it to Ukraine, that is a big deal for an Austrian attacking Russia.
Wait a minute. Bulgaria, what is Bulgaria doing?
To Sevastopol. Black Sea supports Bulgaria to Sevastopol. It was certainly a misunderstanding of what was supposed to be happening there.
I assume that what Karsten was thinking about doing was convoying to Sev. Maybe she ran out of time to get the orders done correctly.
Could have been Armenia supports Bulgaria to Sev, Black Sea convoys Bulgaria to Sev. That would have guaranteed it, with Rum and Greece standing off in Bulgaria to make sure that the position remained static.
Interesting.
That looks like what it was supposed to be.
I think
But
that's
now
right.
with the build in Moscow coming down, it's quite. I don't think we talked about Berlin.
I think you said you got in, but we didn't talk about how important that was.
Yeah, it's important because that army build in Moscow is going to matter a lot here.
But really, it shouldn't have mattered as much because it shouldn't exist because the Turks should have taken Sev.
Yes. No, he still would have built because the piece would have been destroyed.
True.
But
True.
Yeah.
True.
There's still the AT is still going to make out here. I think it'll still be okay.
So we've got Tommy Anderson building Fleet Brest.
Mhm.
I assume, though, not going against England. Would that be
That's what I would think. It needs to go to Mid-Atlantic.
Needs to go south here. But it's a difficult position because he's got to find a way to make amends with the English player.
It's done.
Which he does.
So Berlin held instead of going to Kiel. Aye. That was your chance. Starshot.
But there was an army in Kiel at the time. Oh,
Could have been a brace.
Helgeland ordered the support.
Could have been a brace.
It shouldn't have mattered because Holland also didn't order anything here.
Also true.
But it would have mattered, but it shouldn't have mattered.
Well, it could have stopped the attack on Berlin is the issue. All right, look. Hold on.
At the risk of slowing down analysis on this game, I will say this: when I'm playing the AT, if I'm Austria, I want to go north to attack Russian dots, and I want my Turk to go south, attacking Italian dots. Moving Bulgaria into Sevastopol seems like the wrong direction for an AT.
I disagree.
David Hood, you're the AT expert, so
I disagree. I do like an AstroTurk, and I think you do have to have somewhere for your Turkish armies to go. You have two of them. I also think that a good functioning AT involves the Austrians owning Bulgaria, so you might as well get out of there.
No, I want the Turks owning Greece.
Agreed.
The
Turks need to own Greece, and the Austrians need to own Bulgaria. Is the way I've always.
So then you knock the fleet out of Greece, you destroy it, and you move the Austrian armies up into Sevastopol.
You can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can send fleets west against the Italians, and send the Turkish army north.
Agreed. But now Carson has 3 pieces on Sevastopol. Those are moving in the wrong direction for the Turk, when the Turk wants to go west.
Well, except that maybe there's a tempo play here. I'm just being devil's alley cat. Okay,
there is a tempo play. Yes.
Don't mess with the Italians when they're messing with the French.
Fair.
Yeah, I think that I tend to agree, Adam, with what you were saying on this particular board, though, with France being so west and Italy being so west. You've got that luxury of time. So I'm curious to see if I were Austria, I would not want that Sev army moving anywhere else. It would be helping me take Moscow and Warsaw.
I'm trying to think about the dynamics here, right? Because additional pressure on the Italian takes pressure off of France. Pressure off of France puts pressure on England. Pressure on England takes pressure off of the Russian centers. And if you're the AstroTurk, you want pressure off of the Russian centers because Austria is the one who can move into the center of those pieces there. Right now, there's no pressure there. So Russia has a better chance of defending themselves. I guess that's how I think about like the rotational nature of that pressure. But it's sort of like a big strategic question of tempo versus ultimate dot count and how close Ben and Carson are working together. They are both fantastic players. So I'm not in any way trying to underestimate them. I know we need to keep
Adam summing up the beauty of the complexity of this, while mechanically simple, the depth of this game in that sentence.
That's why we're still talking about it so many years after all 3 of us started playing it.
True.
All right, Tommy, you've taken North Africa. Mission accomplished. The issue there is North Africa's cool and all, but like, what if the Italians leak into Mid-Atlantic?
Well, that's why it could have been a convoy, Tommy Anderson, Gascony to North Africa. I think that's what you do, right? Because then he has to cover Tunis, and while he's covering Tunis, you make a supported attack into Western Med.
Hey, John Jameson, Adam Siegel just agreed with you that we should be convoying armies to North Africa.
In very limited
I wanted to make sure Jameson heard you, so I'm yelling it all the way from here to British Columbia.
In very limited situations.
Turn in with him. Okay. All right. What
Limited
else
situations.
we have an English army being convoyed surprisingly away from the English homeland into somewhere like Denmark. That's kind of cool. All right. So the Austrians actually are the ones taking Moscow, which again makes perfect sense in an AT environment, at least in the short term. +1 for the Turks.
It'll be very interesting to see what Russia pulls here.
What happened here?
Very
They
impactful
took Trieste, Adam. Look.
Yeah, weird one.
Maybe that was given to them.
It must have been arranged in order to build the extra fleet. Because we'll see Fleet Naples here. I gotta say, Ben Kelman being a saint, I would not have been this nice to either Karsten or Cody. And I consider myself a good ally, but he's being very nice here.
Well, in particular, it's getting the fact that he, in fact, played college football. The man knows how to be unnice, but he didn't do it here.
I mean, I think Ben knows that there's a lot of play here between Cody and Karsten. There's going to need to be some decision now that the Russian centers are gone by Karsten about what Karsten, he or her, I don't know, what he is going to do.
I've been assuming she, and I may be wrong about that. I've been assuming she.
So I think that Turkey's in this corner here and now has some difficult questions, right? Ben keeping Cody on side is important, but having an extra piece down and hold things together might have also been helpful. But picking up Warsaw, so at least going up one this year and not in danger of losing anything else, at least in the short term.
Yeah, this really is Karsten having to bide Karsten's time, just putting their units back in Turkey and waiting.
But didn't see Khan to the Aegean, right?
That's what I mean. I mean that
we didn't see a convoy to Bulgaria.
I mean,
there were other choices here that would have given us a little bit more hint about what the direction might have been.
I totally agree. You're just you're benching your fleet in Ankara. I mean, it takes a year for it to get anywhere from there.
The other really impactful move here, London to Belgium, I think really will play out in the fall. If the England-France alliance is staying together, could be a continuation on to Holland.
That's what I would expect. An attempted continuation. Why because the Austrians supported Munich. I was wondering why Tommy didn't take Munich because the Austrians supported. Well, yeah. Cody must be sensing something because Cody moves to Ionian there.
Well, I mean, if I'm Cody, I am worried about the AT. But Carson's saying, don't worry about me.
Particularly since Carson's now down to 4 because they've lost Bulgaria.
Oh, interesting.
Probably allowed.
I don't know, man. If I'm Carson, is that really good in my? Is that at all in my best interest?
I wonder if this was an instance where one order was placed as a provisional, and then the rest of the orders missed at the deadline, and it processed because it had orders, so it didn't go to grace.
Maybe, although it's also possible that it really is a stab, and the Italians are in on it, and that's why they're going to Ionian.
It's a questionable stab though, because if you are stabbing for knowing you're going to keep Warsaw, right? Stabbing for one more and leaving your piece in Budapest means you're only building one.
Yeah, go Budapest to Trieste for that matter. If you're
or Budapest to Serbia if you want to keep the Italian on side.
I don't.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
Same orders that they've been doing. I think that Ben Kelman was expecting a bounce in Bulgaria.
Maybe. Because we did also hypothesize that Carson had previously missed the box on something.
True.
Well, net result, we've got a disband in Armenia. We've got Tommy disbanding in Gascony, Justin building in Yorkshire. So just a quick reset. We've got Austria, Ben Kelman at 8. We've got Justin Lors, England at 7. And then we've got a tie for 3rd between France and Italy. David, who do you like to win this game?
I mean, obviously, Ben has played this game well, but I think Justin, I'd have to edge and say Justin's probably in a better position to win the game. Not just because Austria is always surrounded, which they almost always are. This is just a particularly interesting Austrian position where do you really want to be adverse to your neighbors at this point? You're not really sure if you need them yet, still need them. Is this an all-out war with the Turks, in which case that's a slow slog maybe, because you can't put a fleet in the black and the Turks can. So I think I'd go Justin.
Adam, what about you?
Justin was going to be my pick, but I'm going to make the case for Ben Kelman here, just to be contrary to David Hood, because I think I was going to pick Justin before he answered, but I think we've seen Ben Kelman play aggressively here, and I think we've also seen him do a really great job of keeping people on side. I think Justin has a lot of potential in his position, but I think that he is going to need to show some aggression here in one direction or another, especially now that fleet in Scandinavia is off the board, especially now that Starshot is down to 1. I think it'll be really interesting to see how you're going to get those Scandinavian armies into play somewhere really useful. I think it could easily be convoy to Belgium, Belgium to Picardy. It could easily be, pushing them up north, Sweden to Finland, Denmark to Sweden, Helgoland to Denmark to get a fleet into the Baltic, so you can start convoying into Livonia. It could be even just trying to push down into the German position, because you have the armies with which to do it by eventually getting a convoy to Prussia. I think any of those are pretty good choices, but Justin's going to have to figure out how to leverage that position, where I think if Ben chooses to go against Carson here, could put that Turk back in the box. France is back in the other direction. All you need is like Ionian to Eastern Med, Bulgaria to Aegean, Moscow to Sev, with Rum supports Moscow to Sev. That's a pretty crushing position for Karsten. Down to 3 with 4 units against him. 100%. Those are pieces that he can pick up in the long run. Trieste is still sort of his whenever he wants it. I'll take Ben's position here. I think that those pieces of Jason's pose no threat, and the world is Ben's oyster. I'll go with that.
What I heard you say is that the new kid on the block, Justin, needs to pick one direction. That's what I believe that's what I just heard against the rest of the Backstreet Boys. That's what I heard.
Yeah, although both Ben and Jason seeing some difficulty here in the spring of 1905. Tommy Anderson getting aggressive here, moving up on Belgium, moving up on Liverpool, looking like Justin chooses a direction, chooses that it is going to be going after St. Petersburg, and that decision might have been the wrong one. Simultaneously, it looks like Starshot giving some support Seb up, really putting a hamper on Ben's style. I think I had suggested Romania supports Moscow down for this reason amongst others, and it looking like Carson's going to be fighting back here. So at least for Ben, Ionian to Eastern Med is a thing that happened.
Ionian to Aegean would be a better thing that would have happened, but I think
maybe. But if you can find another way to cover Bulgaria, like from Budapest, for example, I think having Bulgaria in the Aegean and an army in Bulgaria would have been better, because you need 4 pieces in play against the Turkish dots. Those pieces would have been Sev, Bulgaria, Aegean, and Eastern Med. And if you have the piece stuck in Bulgaria, you can't get another army into play. Now you're only 3 pieces into play on the Turk. He's in the Black Sea, and you're playing defense with a whole bunch of pieces. So not how I would have chosen maybe to do it. Good fall. Good turn for another good turn for Karsten. Another good turn for Tommy Anderson, making it into Belgium.
Neither of us picked Tornado Tommy. Should we have considered him?
I like his position now. Cody playing a very passive position with four pieces holding. Not also what I would be doing in that position. Either go hard against the Turk and say, I deserve 2 of these dots, or at least I deserve Greece for my payment for being in the Eastern Med. But, or I'm going to go Lyon, Western, and Marseille here and tell Tommy that, he's his +1, because he was getting +1 in Belgium. But, I'm not what I would have done as Cody either. Maybe a missed opportunity.
I think that's right.
Well, net result, Ben Kelman building 2. And we've got Tommy and Justin each building 1. Putting down Army London, Fleet Brest, Army Vienna, and Budapest.
I do want to note before we move on from these builds, Starshot, I know this was a rough game for you. 2 very seasoned players teaming up and coming after you. I thought between the North and the South, good defensive game played. If you are watching, hope you come back and play again, because not a successful result, but a lot of well-played diplomacy here.
Completely agree. Thank you for playing Starshot. And also, it looks like we've got Fanstar joining us in chat. So welcome, Fanstar. And glad y'all are here. And right now we are doing VDL 175, and we're about halfway through our coverage of the May games. This is a record-breaking number of games in the Virtual Diplomacy League this month, and really excited to see all of the excitement, momentum as we enter into spring of 1906.
Yeah, Tommy continues to make some progress here. They're going to be able to take Liverpool in the fall because London's just holding. Let's see. French supporting the Germans into Holland. That's kind of, and they're able to move around there. This is just all good for people who are not named Justin. Let me look down on the east here and see if there's anything more interesting.
Not a great news for Ben Kelman either, with Cody bringing all of his pieces back, and doing it in a way that reduces threat on Tommy Anderson.
True.
But
again, I think Cody could have done both. Cody could have gone west and east here, and I wonder if that might have been an interesting thing for him to try.
I think he had the opportunity here to blow up to like 7 or 8 dots this year, and last year as well. But be interesting to see how this works out for him. Taking position here in the fall. We'll see where it goes.
Ben just can't find a friend here, right? I mean, maybe Cody's still his friend, but it's a little bit precarious.
It is. I might have made the case here in the fall turn from Ben that it was time to get Trios back. That Apulia unit is doing no good for anybody. I think you could have made that case.
Well, except if you're Austrian, you take Trieste, and then you've got 2 armies on Venice, and Apulia's gone, then that's not great either.
Well, I mean, he's going to be helping Cody into dots over here. So,
well, now Apulia is going to be a convoy army theoretically.
I'd like to hope that Apulia is going to be, for Cody's sake, that Apulia will be a convoy. Yeah.
Tommy's building Fleet Brest. He's just all in on this northern thing, and it's working out for him.
It is absolutely working out for him. Justin, but the thing here is that one of the comments we made back 2 seasons ago or 2 game years ago was that Justin really needed to pick a lane, and here he is spending a lot of his strength, energy, and effort fighting in Germany. Right? He needed to do one or the other, and by being unable to pull Jason Bennett or pull Tommy Anderson, it really spread him too thin, and is going to create more problems here than it could have.
We haven't mentioned Jason Bennett's name much because he really hasn't had very many choices to make in this game. Very, very good player. We know from the virtual world, and has had some decent face-to-face play, and will be coming to DixieCon in 2 weeks, Jason. I look forward to seeing you there. But he really hasn't had very many choices to make here. I wonder if he's ever going to get any choices. He keeps getting hit unsuccessfully by Justin's units.
If I were Jason Bennett in the spring of 1907, my offer would have been Baltic, convoys, Prussia to Denmark, why don't you convoy Denmark to Edinburgh? Because that's how you regain control of England. Not sitting around with dudes hanging over my head, not really having some impact here. Let's find a way to disentangle is really what my pitch is to Jason. Let's free up your pieces to go fight Tommy Anderson as well. But the two of them really not working out on that. And removing himself from Baltic a little bit of an issue, because he had support attack on Denmark, for example, but that now gone for the fall.
A much better season this turn for Ben than we've seen in the last couple of moves, because he's got the Italians starting to knock on the Turkish door. The Italians
finally got 4 pieces into play against the Turk.
Yeah, and the Italians are also going to take Marseille now if they want.
They hopefully will, for Coda's perspective.
Yep.
There it is.
Here comes the tornado back down into the Mediterranean.
But Cody loses Constantinople here, which I think is interesting.
What happened? Let's see.
Karsten made a choice about what he wanted to defend.
Yep. Lucky for Cody, he takes Marseille.
Also worth noting, Tommy Anderson takes Holland.
Quite.
I think maybe arranged, because it looks like the Justin Tommy war might be abating.
Yeah, Justin's made a deal. It looks like, just to leave the leave the French in Liverpool and let them own it. So that
France has other fish to fry.
Yep. Well, obviously,
this is good news for Ben Kelman here. There's a lot of good news going around for Ben Kelman.
Yep. All right, so the dismembering of Turkey is going to continue. The Turks do leak into the Aegean, though.
But still remains to be good news for Ben Kelman, right? He gets into Armenia. He's getting into Bohemia, pushing up into the middle of the board. With the French player coming back down into the Mediterranean, really removes that threat that Cody had presented to him.
Now, we mentioned a similar situation in an earlier game. If you're the Italians and you're trying to make sure that you slow down the French redeployment, Burgundy would be a nice move for the Marseille to make, because it couldn't be supported. So, in other words, you're slowing down one more redeploy. Now, maybe that was not anticipated, but I think it should have been anticipated that he was going to try to put his armies down there and his fleet in Spain to take back Marseille. Obviously, you couldn't do anything about Spain, as you can see. You weren't sure that Spain was going to support themselves, but they could have. Gascony could have been supported. Burgundy couldn't have been supported. That's the one that you tap.
Yeah, fair. It's a really good point, David.
And here's what happens. You can't hold it now. All right, English do take Holland back. So that might have been a one-turn wonder there.
There's some good news here for Justin. The destruction of Silesia, I think, actually probably helps him. But in taking Holland, he doesn't keep Kiel. Which is an interesting choice.
Could have taken it with the fleet.
He could have. But I'm guessing he thought that Kiel was going to be tapped. But Jason has been playing a very defensive game, slow-paced. It might have been worth shooting his shot at keeping them both.
Ben's got to like the fact that he's no longer dealing with the Turkish fleet in the Black Sea.
I think there's been good news over the last few seasons for Ben Kelman. We can move this forward, because I think we know now where this game is headed.
Most likely, although still not for sure. As we enter winter 1908, Ben Kelman's Austria has a 2-center lead over Justin and Tommy in the west. Justin and Tommy also maybe fighting each other, can't quite tell. So that would be advantage Austria. We'll see if that continues.
I was getting ready to say before we saw the moves, let's see if Germany actually holds on to their centers or if they get divided up, and if so, how. And Austria has just taken Munich. So that could be very significant. And the German army's dead, so it's going to make it easy for them to carve up. For example, Kiel is going to be gone now.
And Edinburgh to Denmark. It's not even just took Munich, but it's a pith Munich, right? That's now only one German army with Sweden going to the Baltic. It's looking like curtains maybe for Jason Bennett. Will be advantage maybe 1 or 2 dots for each of those players who's there. But that just keeps Ben Kelman ahead at this point.
All right, so Karsten is doing as good tactics as Karsten could do to hold on as long as possible. Honestly, been making very good tactical decisions.
Very good. But
it was only so long. Yeah, it was only so long you could go, but it was still quite nicely played defensively for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Convoy. I'm sorry, Adam.
I was going to say Denmark makes it to Kiel, putting Jason Bennett down to 1. English-French collaboration now fully in place. Cody making some defensive moves and a classic blunder that I often see newer players make in the French-Italian War, which is when there is an army in Marseille or Spain and a fleet in the Gulf of Lyon. The disaster move that often happens here is that France convoys around your piece in Piedmont into Tuscany, and that army is going to be hell for Cody to deal with because there's going to be there's not enough pieces at this point to pivot. It touches 2 or 3 of your other of your other important centers, and even though as Italy you do have a build, it is going to be a really costly loss there. Particularly also because Western Med is not going to be something you can hold. This is quite good for Tommy in the South.
And the other thing for Cody is that Ben now has very little incentive not to spend the last year taking Italian dots. He almost doesn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, and it's an advantage 3-on-2 in Turkey. Oh, they're calling it. I mean, Ben doesn't need to, right? He's got a good alliance all game long. You're going to burn it for an extra 3 dots when you're not going to.
You wouldn't. If the draw had failed or whatever, maybe this was a time limit. But if the draw failed, it doesn't really matter to Ben. He can take Trieste. He can take. I mean, there was no way to catch him. So this was the right call right now. Ben played a great game. I don't know that we saw Ben, except for maybe a couple of tactical questions there, sort of in the early mid game. I don't think there was any move here that I would have said, well, Ben, that's not a good move.
I think you can really see some great examples of Ben's diplomacy as well that led to success, not just how he was pushing the pieces around. And little ones that we didn't talk about, like how he and Justin made a significant deal around St. Petersburg that freed up both of their pieces in Scandinavia for him to go south and for Justin to go further west. So a big deal there, keeping Cody and Karsten on side. A really good set of negotiations around that.
Yeah, Ben Kelman, one of the players that's been playing actively since we started the Virtual Diplomacy League, has really been growing as a player. I think he's qualified for the DBNI twice now, and just really good to see him continuing to have some success. Ben was actually on standby backup to help broadcast the stream today as well, so really appreciate everything.
He will also be at DixieCon in 2 weeks. He'll get to play with Jason again. He'll get to play with Tommy, who's going to be there. So they'll get the gang back together again.
Very jealous.
That'll be a good one. All right. Well, let's keep on keeping on. Thanks for those of you who just joined us. Just a quick reminder, if you could give the stream a thumbs up if you're liking the broadcast, or if you're not liking the broadcast, we'll take it anyway. It helps boost the algorithm, helps people find the game of diplomacy, which is one of the main things that we try to do here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. So our next one, this is one of those Zelda games that I have not played, and many people consider it arguably better than Ocarina of Time. So loved by... but it's Major's Mask, not Majora's Mask. Thank you, Zach. And playing that game, we've got in Austria Cedric Williams, England Jamal Blackerly back again, I believe. And France, we've got Captain Gaming. Welcome, Captain Gaming. Germany, we've got Spyros Dovas. Italy, we've got Matthew Tatanchi. Russia, Bongo Legend. It sounds like a Matthew McConaughey tribute band. And Turkey, we've got
Rathu of Rattingham.
Rathu of Rattingham. Wonderful. Man, so good to see our new players joining. Thank you all for being here. And let's get to this game. All right, spring of 1901. David, I've got you taking the lead. Let's do it.
We do not see the army go into Edinburgh. Look at that army of Yorkshire for England. What the?
Crush those Yorkshire peasants.
I didn't mean people could do that anymore. What else do we see? The Italians going into Trieste. That's probably arranged, given the situation that we're in. We do see the Rathu move, Adam Siegel's favorite opening with the two armies north. So we'll see how it turns out for
This
the
is my
Turks.
favorite opening.
But we do see Galicia as bounced, which I think the last two games we've seen in DMZ. So we are seeing, or no, I think the Russians went in last game. But anyway, we now see a bounce in Galicia, which is a much more common scenario than either party actually getting in.
Although not this season. This season, we have seen Galicia, at least one of the two, not move to Galicia, I would say more often than both bouncing. So been interesting to watch that.
Gosh, again, army convoys to Belgium. Every single game we've seen England taking Belgium with the army. That is unusual. This is the second game I think we've seen Romania going. The Ruhr going to Burgundy in the fall, though.
But can we talk also about the fact that Mid-Atlantic Ocean bypassed Spain and went to the Western Med? I love it, Captain Gaming. Keep on with those aggressive, fun moves.
However, Paris to Picardy. Picardy to Paris. When you could go Picardy to Burgundy to prevent this from happening, don't do that.
Agreed. I'm not in love with that one.
No, that's not good. The fleet going to Romania, just for those learning the game, not an uncommon move. It certainly happens, but is not a anti-Austrian move. It is sort of an anti-Turkish move in the sense that you can no longer use that unit in Romania to go after Austrian center. So it doesn't always mean that, but it certainly doesn't mean that you're going after Austria quickly. If you've put a fleet.
I've seen it often as a prelude to a build in Sevastopol with a fleet, because it gives you two fleets on the Black Sea in order to force it. Would be an interesting move if, after seeing the move to Aegean, you think that the pounce on Turkey is there. And not the first time tonight. I've also advocated for a fleet build in Sev, which might be premature. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens here.
I have also seen it just as a way to blow up the fleet if you're looking to go play a mainly northern game as well. So it's.
Can we talk also about how, because of this move to the Aegean, which I like, if France knew that this whole situation was arranged, he now gets Tunis. Right? I mean, this is very clever if this is all part of a big plan. The difficulty here is you're about to lose Marseille, but it really is a cool counter to the Italian tempo in the Aegean.
You're about to lose Marseille, but the Germans can't hold it, probably.
Most likely you're correct.
Burgundy,
Yeah.
Paris to Burgundy, Portugal to Spain.
Well, unless it all is going to come down to what that
It happens what the builds are, because there could be a build in Marseille as well. I mean, we've got quite a number of things here that could come into play.
Army Brest would have been my last choice.
Not my pick. Although Fleet London Wave also would not have been my choice.
Well, Fleet Brest would have been a better move than Army Brest.
Yes, agreed, but depends on who you're trying to keep on side here, right? I think that the Army Brest is a defensive move that says, I'm not coming after you, but I'm also not going to threaten you. And knowing that he's picking up 2 this coming game year gives him the flexibility of building a fleet next year. I think the move that I love, and I really want to talk about this one, Bongo Legend, you are a true legend. I love this build.
Adam, I think
links from them, and they talk about South Coast. Is that you love that? Do you?
I mean, it's not maybe the
I
most.
Really love. I love that. I love it all if I'm Jamal Blakarli. I love all of this. No fleet from France, no fleet from Germany, and a fleet from the Russians who's anti-German. Love it if I'm Jamal Blakarli.
This is true. I don't love the hold in St. Petersburg, but that's okay. Still a legend in me in my books. Legend.
Jamal.
No, Captain Gaming, you missed out on Tunis. There was another choice here.
Oh
You didn't need to support Paris to hold.
He may be learning the game.
It's true, and to be fair, Belgium supports Munich into Burgundy, prevents the situation that I was hoping for, and maybe keeping your home center here is a better choice than going for that neutral, because it does prevent you from antagonizing your neighbor in Italy.
Maybe, yeah. This is all coming up roses for Jamal so far, I would argue.
It is quite good for Jamal. That's true.
What is Jamal doing with Fleet London to English Channel?
Whatever he wants to do at the moment.
Defending Belgium from potential attack is what he's doing. It's a defensive move. It's called the English Channel for a reason. Or he's doing this because he can't be stopped, which is moving 2 fleets down. That's the other thing he could be doing. Helping the Germans into Sweden, moving to Picardy. Germans are now in Gascony. Yeah, this is
going to work out really well for that AG.
Yeah, it's really looking at it. Now, I was going to say it's working well for the E part, not necessarily for the G part, because you've got AI already going to Tyrolia, Bohemia, and ready to intervene.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but Germany does have at least one build here. So at least Munich will be backfilled, and Burgundy is still there. So, and there'll be a piece in Kiel. So it's not the end of the world here. It's not like Warsaw or Silesia, for example.
No, it's just if you're going to EG it, and you as Germany, you just want a little more flexibility before the East attacks you. And if you're England, you're like, okay, I'm doing fine. I'm sorry, my German ally's not doing as well.
Matthew Tatanchi, one of the DBNI Super 7 for the last season, one of the top players in the Virtual Diplomacy League last season. So definitely knows how to play this game. Think they see that risk and is organizing the East to kind of respond to that. So.
Yeah. I think it's going to need some more support from the Russian, but we'll see how that ends up working out. Right. I like the move into Romania. I wish it had been arranged so that Romanian fleet would have gone off the board. The second fleet was no longer necessary if you're concerned about the EG. And Bongo Legend probably should be concerned about the EG given the moves to Bothnia, etc.
Yeah, for a minute I thought that Cedric was actually attacking the Russians because he also went to Galicia until I realized he's just cutting off the German retreat. But assuming that is all arranged, then why leave that fleet on the board? That just does not make sense. And maybe Cedric assumed that Russia was going to remove it without talking to him about it. I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't think he needs the dot from Russia. I think having that rebuilt as the army in Moscow would have been good for everybody.
Yeah. Particularly since the EG is coming. I mean, they're going to take St. Pete now.
They are.
Which, by the way, could have been stopped if Bongoland wanted to move an army up, but stopped momentarily. All right. The French are just in really sad, terrible shape. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah. England's going up 2 here. Germany's going up 1.
And do they still have 1 in pocket or not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I guess not.
Here's an interesting piece. Italy going up 3, right? Italy going up Spain, Marseille, and Trieste.
Indeed. And that's got to be the Austrians giving it to them.
It is. I'm wondering if they thought they weren't going to hold certain things. I mean, Austria's still going up 2 here. It's not like it's a bad situation. I'm thinking about Bongo Legend's defense here. I think he could have recovered Romania if that was the thought, or blocked the move to Warsaw. I think that there were other opportunities, but maybe Cedric just lied here through his teeth, and it was very believable. I have to imagine that was what happened.
He
He
dotted.
dotted you.
Okay, fair
There's a
enough.
little bit of drama.
Fair enough.
Mm.
All right.
F
Well,
you to dot you.
that is
I mean,
juicy.
It's that. Thank you for that behind the scenes, actually, because I think that it's easy for us as commentators to see this as an AI versus an EG that is coming to a head where all four of those players are within one dot of each other. And knowing that that dot occurs really does raise certain questions and I think change a little bit this dynamic, particularly with Italy building 3, England building 3, and Austria building 2. You need to see sort of where this game is going.
Well, we'll see, because it's not like we'll see.
No, I mean,
Cedric's not
there's
necessarily
flexibility by a lot of players here. I mean, it's really.
Cedric's not saying that the alliance is dead necessarily.
Whoa! Fleet
armies.
Venice, Army Rome, Army Naples was not what I expected to see.
Kind of the opposite of that is what I was expecting.
I was expecting to see Fleet Rome, Army Venice, maybe Fleet Naples. That is a big difference.
That really is. That is tremendous. And
Because if with England slow playing on the wave, right? I would expect to see England recouping those Iberian dots without the fleets coming in to back up. I don't think Italy can hold Marseille and Spain, and I think that means that one for England and one for Germany, and they're happy to keep working together as a result. That
is perhaps the fastest simultaneous takedown of France and Turkey that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Well, we all know
that's a lot. That may be the quickest time I've ever seen both of those countries taken out in 1903. That is really hard to
do. You heard it here. France is underpowered. So.
Yep. Yeah, they need help. France needs a lot of help. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Is there any consequences from that dotting? It doesn't really look like it. I mean, it's not like the Austrians attacked Trieste with support. They just held.
No, but Matthew putting himself in a position here, to continue moving forward. I mean, the move to Venice, the move to Adriatic. I think Jamal also playing this very cleverly, not going for the dot, going for the position here in the spring of 1904 by moving to the Western mid.
Where else were you going to move if you're the Italians? That's the only move you can do when you build a fleet and 2 armies like that.
I guess. Really nicely done by Jamal here, getting into the Trinity Sea.
I know, and it's so surprising because usually he doesn't know what he's doing. So it's really surprising to see.
I've actually never seen Jamal play before, so
I am being extremely facetious. He's the current World DibCon champion and the current VDC, Virtual Diplomacy champion, at the same time.
What was the last Worlds that Jamal?
Who won the Melbourne Open? Who won the Melbourne Open? Was it Jamal? I think it might have been.
I think it was.
So the man has had a lot of current success, and it looks like that success is continuing. All right, let's look at the rest of the board, though. There is no AI war. I think that's
they figured it out.
Yeah, there's no AI war. The Russians are just holding them. They must have given up on the game, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really make sense for them to hold. So they're just giving up on the game. Or didn't get their orders in, maybe. German convoy to Livonia. We all love it when we're the Germans. It's a real force multiplier to get that army in there so quickly from Kiel to Livonia. Gosh. Basically, strong alliance play. We don't always see that in the VDL, but we sometimes see it. And we've got strong alliance play so far through the fall of 1904.
If the alliance is working for both players, why not?
I know. I mean, obviously, I agree with it, but we do not always see that. Do not always see that. You see a lot more balance of power players in the VDL than you do old school alliance players.
I mean, I think the difficulty here is only one of you can top.
But
there's a lot of coastal centers there that Germany still owns that are going to be pretty hard to hold if England decides to make a move. But I mean, with England in the Tyrrhenian Sea and Italy pulling too, I mean, it's hard to see how continuing to go move in that direction is not also benefiting Jamal.
Well, welcome to an EG alliance. I mean, it's always fraught with danger if you're the Germans, fraught with peril, as they say. All right. Army into St. Pete, army into Norway. Now this is how you do armies as England. You move them around through the North Sea as needed. And that's nicely done, actually. Let's see. The Austrians are doing the best they can. Listen, Cedric knows exactly how to play this game. So does Tatanchi. So this is going to be quite an interesting matchup here if they keep going sort of on a 2-on-2 situation.
It's an interesting way to put it, because I think if they're going 2-on-2, in the middle of the board on the Warsaw Prussia Silesia border, I don't think there's actually a lot of movement here, right? I think that Rum getting into Sebastopol tells me that there's enough pieces to hold the line on that side of the board. But in Italy, I actually think that there's quite a bit of movement available, with the retreat to Naples, with the fleets pushing forward, and more fleets coming behind. I think that that's where we'll see interesting play, and the tactics really going to be determining who tops this board.
That's clearly right.
So given that, right, if I'm Spiros, I'm beginning to realize that the current status quo provides me no opportunity to top. I think Matt probably knows that the current status quo provides him no opportunity to top. So to me, at this point, it looks like it's between Jamal and Cedric. If I had to choose, I would pick Jamal's position easily, because I think he can win out, status quo not changing. And if the status quo does change, and for some reason Cedric is growing faster than he is, he has dots off his ally that he can pick up if he needs to.
Can't argue with any of that. Would like to argue with it, but cannot.
No, I know. You just like to be contrary to me. It's okay.
So the interesting one to me is the move of Merida into Khan. Is that what do you think the thought there might be?
My thinking is that Sev walked to Armenia voluntarily last season. I think that Constantinople is going to go to Ankara as a way to get Bongo Legend from playing the game. I think it's done. That's my theory. Yeah,
yep, and you're right.
Good theory.
And honestly, Cedric is happy to have it, you know?
The English fleet getting killed is significant here. That is a significant set of tactics from Matthew.
We've got... I am going to go a little bit slower here than I normally would, because we've got some players who really, really, really know how to play this game, and we don't spend a lot of time at middle of the board tactics battles and right on the stalemate line. The 1910 time frame usually makes that less common than it would if we extended the deadline a little bit further. So this is a good opportunity to watch some good players. So we don't need to call out every move or anything, but just...
Well, can I call out one move that Spiros didn't make? Why not take a shot at Trieste here? This might have been the turn to do it.
Yeah.
Because there was not enough units to cover everything. There had to be guesses involved, because the Italians had things to do other than just covering Venice and Trieste. And, so that if you had gotten into Trieste, it's not that you're going to hold the center, it's that you're blowing up the position. You're blowing up the defense. So in Trieste is that army can then leak further into the Balkans. So that would have been, now maybe it didn't work, maybe it gets outguessed, but the move that they did do, which was sort of essentially hold, support a attack that wasn't going to happen. If you're going to do that, you might as well support yourself to Piedmont to make sure it would work. They predicted Venice to, I see. They were trying to do militia support. Still, Cedric, I think I would have taken the shot. I mean, Vienna was available, Trieste was available. Take a shot. I think Budapest or Trieste was likely, because you don't want to take a center from your allies. So I think Trieste was the most likely center that was going to be open. That, to me, I know this is Monday morning quarterbacking, but we're talking about little tiny moves here in a tactical dispute. What you're trying to do is blow up the position so that they can't defend themselves, and that would have been an interesting way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because the position is that they still need to backfill Trieste. It needs to be an Austrian army because that's the extra piece that's on the board. But it can't go to Trieste because it will blow up something else. And ultimately here, there's still 5 English fleets headed down there at a time when there are only 3 Italian fleets and no more coming. Maybe that fleet in Ankara will get there eventually, but it's a ways away. And again, right, all of this stuff north of Bohemia, Vienna, Galicia, all of that's locked up. It's not going anywhere. That stalemate line is well and settled, but that stuff down in Italy is quite
no way to fix the problem, because even if you take Trieste there, so you can rebuild a fleet next turn, you build an Austrian fleet next turn or something. I mean, and take off what? I guess the Italian.
Yeah,
army.
what do you remove? I mean, I guess in this situation, I'm probably going to advocate for moving Apulia into Venice to Trieste. But once you have a piece in Tuscany, you're really and North Africa, you're really in trouble because you're not going to be able to hold Tunis. Once you can't hold Tunis, there's another piece that comes off the board. I mean, we can move it forward and see ultimately what happens here, but it's a dangerous situation for the AI.
I might have been tempted, again, since we're slowing down a little bit, I might have been tempted, if I was Cedric, just to move that Austrian fleet west instead of killing Ankara. Just wait for some army to backfill and kill it later. Maybe the
all the Morgan quarterbacking aside, right? This is an amazing turn for the AI, right? They get to Western Med at the cost of Tuscany, which doesn't seem like it's too bad, and they're blowing up Tyrolia, which is another huge forward position that helps them to defend the middle of the board with where that risk position was.
This is exactly why I pointed out this move that Spirits could have made, because they couldn't have been blown up last season because they could have retreated to Trieste. So making sure that you don't get your units on the line blown up is really important. That's why I pointed out the English fleet being blown up in Naples. My whole point was that was the one turn that you didn't have to worry about being blown up. That was the chance to take a shot. Because once it gets into Trieste, you'd start leaking out all over the place. That's all I was saying.
Agreed.
And the fleet going to Tuscany, the English fleet going to Tuscany, who cares? It's a fleet.
I don't know. I mean, it does help them to push forward more. It's not how I would have played it, but it's not bad.
Doesn't matter. He's still got more fleets and is going to have more fleets. And if he wants one, he's got another one coming from into Norwegian. So he's got plenty of fleets.
And just for those viewers who are new, I think you can see also that all of those pieces north of the Munich, Bohemia, Galicia line, they all know that they're not going anywhere. They're just ordering those supports until the end of this game, unless there would be a significant change in the alliance structure here.
Yeah, and this is early. We're only 1906. Jamal's got plenty of time to do what he wants to do. All right, there's a new Italian unit.
It's the PIP unit from Western Med. It's just a repositioned unit.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah. Oof. That lost English fleet in Tuscany is a brutal loss here. Now, that being said, there is also a destroyed fleet in Tunis, which is another brutal loss. And the English fleets have a backup coming, but that Italian fleet is never coming back.
It's 1864 all over again. Union and the Confederacy, attrition. Yeah, but the Union have reinforcements. Yeah. Confederates did not. So you can't do that. You cannot trade one for one.
Would you convoy Apulia into Greece? Would that help?
And thus give up Tyrrhenian immediately?
Yeah, I mean that's the question. Is the additional fleet worth the loss or the potential loss of Tyrrhenian?
Have they locked it up though? I mean, have they actually created a position here? I'm doing the math. I guess no. No, Pete. They might have actually found a stalemate line here.
I think that is because Tuscany can support
Piedmont.
It would be nice if something was in Venice, but I don't think they need it right now because
there's Apulia. Apulia can go to Venice. Trieste goes stepping in. They might have sacrificed Tunis and set up a stalemate line. If so, I'll be very impressed with the play by Cedric and Matthew. This was
I think they've got it.
Well, let's see. Tunis, because Tunis has lost, the Italians are going to lose a piece, but it's just Apulia, right?
Right.
They got to make sure they get out of Trieste, but I assume they figured that out. Yeah, maybe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to just keep pushing forward. Action is going to be, if there is any, right
Yeah,
That
around.
doesn't mean the game is over. It doesn't mean the game is over. It means Jamal can make
agreed.
another.
Because if I'm Jamal here, I might also be thinking about I'm building. I got a new dot and playing down one and all of Spirit, and I don't want to be second on this board. So,
And then the question becomes, if Jamal makes that move, how does Spiros react to that? Because that's when
I guess here's the other question: is since Spiros has a few extraneous pieces, right? Is there a space where they just have a conversation that says, "Hey, man, we've been working together all game. Can I have one, at least to tie the top?"
I mean,
that would be a thing that Jamal would be able to pull off.
And it would be a better way than just trying to force it and risking somebody.
It's more of a Jamal Baccarile way to do it than actually just taking the center.
It came over.
Wow, that is really surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is surprising. Jamal was on here, right? Is he still in the chat? That is a surprising decision. I was not expecting him to do that.
Congratulations to Cedric. Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, there's a lot of well played.
I mean, Cedric is a good piece mover. He's a good people mover. But I did not see that stalemate line there until you pointed it out, Adam. And it's just because we're looking at it with so quickly that it's sometimes going to be hard to see. But I did not realize they had that locked up either until you said that. That's just good play.
I'm surprised they got there, to be honest with you. I really thought that Jamal had that. Now, again, Monday morning quarterbacking aside, when he made it to the training C, I was like, this is done.
The man was in Naples at one point, wasn't he? I think he was in Naples.
Yeah.
Now that he was let in there so that he could be killed. It was like a mirage. He gets there and then there's no actual water. It's still just sand. But that was just so well played, Cedric.
Yeah, and Matthew, right? The two of them together.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
That game had some of Diplomacy's best players showing us one of Diplomacy's best games. That was absolutely a treat to watch. Thank you to all of our players.
I'm still surprised.
And we're also calling out here two new players in the form of France and Russia who made some very good early moves that didn't happen to pan out, but I really loved watching them play. I thought that the move to Western Med is something I'm going to try and use in the future. I've never seen anybody do that before to capture Tunis, and I will definitely give that a go if I find out that the Aegean Trieste swap is happening in the future.
Oh,
you have to actually play in order to try this out.
That's a low blow there, my friends.
Yeah, for me, who hardly plays at all anymore, it's extremely low.
I think my next game is scheduled in April 2025 at the World Diplomacy Championships at Whipping in San Francisco.
Yeah, that'll be great to see you there, actually.
That'll be a good one. All right, so I have been looking forward to this one ever since I saw this comment. So we know we're in for something. Don't know what that something's going to be, but we are going to find out as we transition over to 177. All right, in 177, we've got, let's see, Shigeru Miyamoto. That is the designer of Zelda and Nintendo and Mario. So legend in the industry, and apparently this will be a legend of a game. So in Austria, we've got Patrick. England, we have Fanstar. France, we have Marcus Loan. Germany, Christian Brown. Italy, Justin Lohr. Russia, Sam Feldman. And Turkey, we have Eddie. Thank you all for playing, and let's get to our game. All right, spring 1901. And David, I'm going to have you go ahead and start.
Well, we do see a DMZ in Galicia again. Now, this is Budapest, Romania is something that we do not see very much. I used to actually do this a lot back when I was first learning the game. I thought it was cool. But we just don't see it very much. And probably there's a reason why. Ankara to Armenia, you don't see very much, at least that it goes. So we've got some interesting moves here that we don't see every time. You also don't see a bounce in Burgundy that often, although if you're going to see it, this can be a situation where you see it, where the French are sending 2 armies north. And the whole point is that they're still, in theory, Marcus can still go after 3 here if he wants. Oh, I'm sorry. Sam went north with his army. That's always fun to see when you're the Russians. By the way, Sam played with us in the early stages of virtual back 3 or 4 years ago. I hadn't played much lately. It's great to see him back.
I am so fascinated by these moves. Armenia, I guess, trying to sneak into the black, fascinating to me. Didn't work out, but Eddie, I love it. Good energy, man. Got to bounce in Belgium.
Justin's taking Greece here. Which is again the downside of doing the Austrian move that he did is you don't have supported attack on Greece, and here's what happens.
Yeah,
nice.
Is that? I always wonder, is that good for the Italian? Until I realized that he's picking up Trieste and Greece here. None of this is arranged with the Austrian.
That is not arranged.
I don't like as Italy to prevent Austria from getting into Greece, and the reason for that is I hate trapping Albanian fleet against Adriatic and Ionian. But in this particular situation where I'm about to build Fleet Naples, Army Venice, and I'm going to pick up Tunis also next year, and the Turk is fighting the Russian out of position, not interested in coming at me. I don't mind running in on the Austrian like this. I like
the
it.
English tried to convoy to Belgium, and for once, it didn't happen. I can already tell this is going to be a blast.
This is going to be a fun game.
None of the builds seemed all that shocking, though.
Several destroyed units here, right? Destroyed Austrian fleet in Albania. A really good move for Justin. Looking good. Destroyed Turkish unit in Bulgaria. Really bad news for Eddie. Sorry, man. I think you needed to order back to the Black Sea instead of ordering to Smyrna, because that move isn't going to go through for you.
Yeah, we may have some players learning the game tonight, which is perfectly fine. We all learn.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those situations where that one move on cutting the support from Black Sea is going to probably define Eddie's game. I think the other thing here that's worth noting is Marcus Lone making a very aggressive set of moves north against the English player and getting support from Germany to do it, who supported himself from the Helgoland Bight and supported Picardy into Belgium. I think this is some pretty bad news for Fanstar, who looks like maybe he had some good momentum moving in a couple other directions. I think also possibly thought he had Sam Feldman on side, but looking now like that might not have been the case.
Well, I wonder if that was arranged because Sam could have supported that move to Norway, didn't even bother. Yeah,
but I mean, if I'm England here, I'm asking for Finland to Sweden, Sweden to Baltic, right?
I'm asking for it, but I'm just saying it looks to me like it's some kind of deal, because otherwise there would have been some different moves here.
Whatever it is, it's not what Fanstar wanted.
It's not going to help him survive in the long run.
No, but it's good defense by him, getting the bounce there in Wales, and also getting the support into North Sea at the same time. So I know a newer player, but well ordered there. Eddie as well, shifting around into a much more defensible position. I think that's where you want your pieces. So
we should talk about the GEF for a minute, the German Expeditionary Force. which it's always fun if you're the FG and you can go ahead and intervene in the East this quickly in fall 1902. The man has Bohemia and Galicia armies. So this game is awesome. Please continue. More, please. More, please.
Yeah, but from a Christian Brown perspective, right? It's if you wanted to harm the player who's doing well, who's Sam Feldman, right? Who's also, I guess they're working together in the north, right? So you don't want to necessarily. My goodness.
I think this is anti-Austrian. I mean, I think Christian's there.
It is anti-Austrian, right? He's there to come get a peace. I'm not sure it's going to help him in the long run. I would have been there to support the Austrian.
It's the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact all over again. We'll just see if the Germans actually stick with the Russians this time.
Oh, man.
Taking Vienna does the Germans, as one does in spring 1903. One takes Vienna with support.
Yeah, but he's got an attack here on Munich, so he's going to have to find a way to cover it.
That's true because Holland is staying put. I guess they have to because they're kicking the English out of North Sea. All right, what are you doing exactly, Sam Feldman, going to Skagerrak with your buddy the Germans? Something. Well, I guess they're putting the army in Norway. That's not really anti-German. That's cutting off the English retreat.
Yes. Yep.
What else is happening in the East? Justin continues to rule the Balkans, which apparently is going to continue to happen for a while.
Yeah. I mean, he's now has 4 armies into play on the Balkans. And for those people who are newer to the game, I think one of the problems that Italy has with the jumping on Austria is that it's much slower for Italy to get his armies into play to defend those centers and stabilize that position compared to the speed at which the RT tends to be able to get armies into play. In this situation, he's got 4 armies. It's going to be compared to the 2 Russian, 1 Turkish, and 2 German units. It's going to be a lot of control there in a very dot-rich environment.
Italians have the Turks as a minor ally. This is awesome.
This is a fun box of cats.
Marcus takes Liverpool. The Germans take London behind because oh wow. Yeah, that is a takedown of the English. That's just ugly.
I'm wondering if he's vacating dots in order to get off this board, right? Because it looks like there's a walk
Edinburgh
out of Yorkshire, walk out of England, and the walk out of Edinburgh. Yeah.
That certainly is something that we see people do sometimes out of frustration.
Yeah. Well done, Sam Feldman, picking up Smyrna. I don't think that makes Eddie happy. And it was definitely not guaranteed. I think, Eddie really desperately trying to reposition his pieces to work with you. And he'll stay on 3. So, be really interesting to see where that position ends up going as
Feldman's up 2 here. Feldman's up 2.
Yep.
Wow.
Romania also. Yep.
And Christian couldn't keep Vienna because, as you pointed out, he had to use Bohemia to keep Munich from falling.
Which was definitely more important.
Goes up +2. So some interesting choices for adjustments here. Adam, I'll go to you for a prediction, primarily for Christian, but anybody else that you think might be an interesting one to keep an eye on?
If I'm Christian, I'm probably building 2 armies. He's woefully short on armies in the middle of the board. There's a lot of extraneous pieces and a lot of danger for Germany with 1 army in the middle of the board. I mean, that's a rough one. I think that the more interesting question is whether or not Sev builds another fleet. I would love to see Sam Feldman build a fleet here. But yeah, there's some real interesting directional questions about how the players are going to play this game now that some of the early targets are coming off the board in the form of England and Austria.
And Turkey's not much longer for the world. I don't think I would build Fleet 7. I think I would build Army 7 and bring it down to Armenia, maybe.
You would.
And so would Sam.
Probably think that's the responsible choice. Well, I guess the question here is whether or not you were going to force them through and what your relationship is with Justin and that sort of thing.
For that matter,
really
even
also, what do you think Justin's
Convoy
going to
to
do?
Ankara, maybe Convoy to Ankara here. I don't know.
Well, I think here that the question is actually where Justin goes is going to be a really big determiner of who tops this board, right? Because if you look at the 3 players, I mean, there's 4 players here with a lot of dots, right? Christian's position is very reliant at this point on people not running in on him, either in fleets in the north or the armies in the middle of the board. I think that Sam doesn't have a lot of reliance on other players, but if Justin continues to try and push east, Sam's growth potential will be stunted. If Sam goes west, Marcus's growth potential will be stunted. And so Justin isn't going to be able to sit and do nothing. I mean, he's certainly been aggressive in the games we've seen. So this choice that is going to be coming out of Justin's direction, I think, is really going to impact how Marcus and Sam vie for top of the board. I think Justin's going to be facing a bit of an uphill battle sandwiched between the 2 other juggernauts.
And Adam, if you have to make that choice, it's not an easy one. What direction would you go?
I think it really depends on the diplomacy here, right? I don't know what my relationship is here with Patrick. I don't really know what my relationship is here with Eddie. Eddie's been walking out of dots for Sam and repositioning to fight me. I'm guessing that's a hint that maybe I don't have a choice but to continue to focus east. That's where he's currently arrayed. But if I'm Sam, I'm doing everything I can to like feed him 1 or 2 more dots to get him to build and move west. Because I know that demilitarization in the long run is only going to benefit me. But it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, if I'm Justin, I continue to go east and just hope for the best, I think.
I think that's true, but I think as a result of that, Marcus may top the board.
Well, and you've got the Germans as an ally in the Balkans, as one does with the Italians taking Vienna. Tried to get
Tyrol to Piedmont is a great move. I love this. What are you doing in Piedmont? It's great.
Good question.
I mean, he's dying. He's got no other choices. He's just looking for an interesting and fun place to be at this point.
The Turks have given up on the game too, or they didn't get their orders in because they just held.
Yeah, but this would have been a great position to have another fleet, right? Push through a con, get those guys out and be useful. Because now with Ionian to Eastern, right? Sam has to be saying to himself, "Am I on a collision course with Justin?"
Maybe not. I mean, that's always the question when you have an IR, either alliance or they take down Balkans between them, even without an alliance. It's always a question of can you disengage at that point?
I love the IR, and I always try and disengage. Not often successful, but I always try for the disengagement.
Well, maybe someone else would be more successful. I mean, I don't know. Could be just be the players. Just because could be the players. All right.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't choose to defend Smyrna. So still trying to keep Justin on side. Like, look at this here. Giving up dots, giving up Bulgaria, giving up Smyrna. In ways that he could have helped keep those dots potentially.
It's the second game in a row when there's been a lot of coordination to kill people fairly early in the game. It's the second game we've seen that in a row.
Yeah. Also interesting that Sam Feldman gets Eddie, which surprises me, given that he's the one topping the board.
Sam's a good diplomat. He was years ago when he was learning the game, and he apparently hasn't forgotten how to play.
He's picking up 3 here, going down 1. Picking up 4, going down 1, so +3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Budapest also.
Is this a situation where someone else is trying to build a boogeyman? I'm not sure he can hold Eddie. I don't think that might have been a bridge too far for him.
Russia, it can always be the boogeyman because I've said it before. 11 center Russia is like an 8 center everybody else because it's almost always precarious. You don't have the units to hold all the stuff you've got on both sides of the stalemate line.
Well, in that case, we've got basically a tie for the board top. So we've got an 11 center, also known as an 8 center Russia. We've got 8 center Italy, 7 for France, and for Germany. We will pause, play Who Do You Like? Adam, who do you like?
I'm gonna go with an underdog pick and pick Marcus Lone. Marcus Lone. You know, the move to Burgundy. Can we go back one season to see how that piece ended up there? Yeah, I mean, so looking at this winter position here, I like Marcus over Christian. I think that there's good growth here. I think that Sam and Justin tied up and are on a collision course. I also like Justin's position. I think that would be my second pick.
David?
Sam Feldman. Not only does he have 11, I know that it's sort of like having 8, but he's building 3. He's got lots of units. He's apparently got Christian on side. Now, Christian can be a bit of a hurricane himself. So just because you think you have Christian on side doesn't mean you always have Christian on side.
He just went to Burgundy. It is really good news for Sam Feldman, to be fair.
I agree. But I'm saying perhaps he's got, actually got Christian on side for the long term. If he does, then advantage Sam. And
that
I
is true.
Justin's got good units. Justin's got good possession. Justin might actually eventually be convinced that Marcus needs to be his enemy. I don't really know. Sam's a good diplomat. We'll find out.
You know what would have been better for Sam Feldman's position is if Constantinople was a fleet, not an army.
Eddie, we love you. We love Turkish fleet Smyrna. We love the whole situation. Don't misread. We just don't love you to top this particular board.
But I'm cheering for it. All right, winner of 1904. We got some fun ones with the
Eddie's showing why he's a better diplomat than I am by choosing not to build in Sebastopol. Trying to keep Justin on side, trying to push Justin west. And I think that his moves throughout 1903 have been trying to keep Justin more on side. I really think that the problem that Sam has is if Justin is planning to top this board, I don't think that Justin can make the choice to pull off these.
I mean, he did build Army Venice here. He didn't build a fleet.
So what does that tell you?
That he's not going west. I mean, come on.
Yeah, agreed. And
all right, so Christian takes Belgium. Christian's doing all the work here. Nelson North. I'm not sure there's a lot to talk about here. Obviously, the Russians are coming. But they were going to be coming. They weren't going.
I mean, it's the fact that Sam opts to run in on Christian, right, who he had on side, and not make the aggressive. I mean, he made one aggressive move into Bulgaria, which worked out for him. I think the change in allegiance on that Vienna piece is also going to be important.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, so Christian does lose.
Oh, this works out for Sam pretty well. I mean, he loses Constantinople, picks up Bulgaria, so that's even, but picks up Berlin. Yeah,
but not. I mean, he needs a friend to not go down some eventually, and
his friend is Marcus, right?
Maybe.
But Christian is picking up Belgium this year, so he's +1 on Marcus. -1 Vienna.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ignore that Sam is at 12, but it is a precarious 12.
I mean, I think he's going to get a lot of hate from members of the board. I think the question is whether or not Marcus and Christian can figure out their stuff in order to realize that Eddie and Berlin and some of these other pieces are the low-hanging fruit that the board topper has. Because if they can put aside their business, I think if Marcus can convince Christian to disengage and go fight Sam, and if this were not a time-limited game, he would have enough time to then pick up some in the backside and potentially still top this board. I'm concerned that the way their pieces are currently arranged is going to make that pretty difficult.
It is only spring of '06, so probably 4 years left on average. We've seen some games go a little bit further. Find out if that.
Can I go back in time and take Sam as my pick? This year has been a pretty good year for Sam Feldman.
I mean, I'm not sure that Sam's going to take this. I mean, I just thought it was a decent pick at the time, but there is a German in Romania. There is a German in Sweden. I mean, there's going to be some progress made here.
There is some coordination showing here between Marcus and Christian.
He's going to lose Edinburgh.
And there's definitely a lot of coordination here being shown between Justin and Christian, right? There's the supported move into Silesia, but also, and quite impactful, the supported move into Romania and the move into Budapest. Those are pretty big ones.
Yep.
Yeah, this it's a central triple with just the two of them.
Yeah, I did not like the running in on Christian, and I just think this is going to come home to roost here.
It is. He and it's honestly, it's that extra army that was in Vienna that ended up now in Romania that really changed the balance of the count between Sam and Justin.
Turks are still alive. Eddie, way to live, man. Bulgaria East Coast never looked better. It never looked good, by the way. Bulgaria East Coast is like the worst possible space on the board, but it's better than being dead.
I do like it in this situation.
Yeah, it's way better than being dead. This is why the Russians have trouble. They really needed they needed a friend. They needed to be able to work with somebody. If it wasn't going to be Christian, it had to be Justin, and it's not either one.
Marcus and Christian figured their stuff out,
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new board leader, Justin Lohr's Italy, coming from behind. Now up 2 centers over Sam Feldman's Russia. We still have probably 3-ish years left to play. We have lots of room for several of these powers to take the lead here as we go into spring of 1907.
Yeah,
I still don't hit Marcus Sloan as my pick, right? As Christian's power shifting east, right? Nobody's fighting Marcus. Here he is picking up Belgium. Here he is picking up Edinburgh. Here he is facilitating Yorkshire to Norway, right? Christian can't be too mad at him. He's like, oh, here I am supporting you in Munich. And it's just an opportunity for him to continue to grow. But, is he growing as fast as Constantinople make it to the Black Sea? No. Or Galicia making it to Romania? That's a lot of pretty quick growth.
Yeah, the Italian position is really good. And Wood, yes vote. That's great.
Who was it? Probably Sam.
Sam Feldman. All right, I said it was precarious. The Russian position was very precarious, and we're seeing that.
Justin is making more headway than I would have expected, though, I got to say. And it's at the help of Eddie and Christian.
Yeah, this is a good tactics here. A lot of good tactics going on. You got to love that Belgium to Norway convoy. That's fun.
It's to make sure that Belgium remains German and that France continues to grow, but grows off of Sam Feldman. Because being in Ruhr, being in Burgundy, being in the North Sea means that he has all the opportunity later to pick up Christian's dots as the game is ending in order to take the top.
We should also point out this is the power of a long-term Franco-Italian non-aggression where you're not anywhere near each other. If you just leave each other alone and let you dominate the other side of the board, that could really be good for both parties.
Meanwhile, it's also the perils of not having 1 or 2 pieces near your neighbor in order to slow them down. Because even having 1 extra fleet in Spain would have prevented Justin from doing what he's doing, because it would have required him to spend some of his tempo back in defending him. Look where his fleets are. Look at how far east his fleets are, and all of his armies have been free to deploy throughout the Balkans this whole game without any threat of something needing to stay even near his home centers.
France has only got 3 fleets. They needed these fleets to be where they are.
They did, but they they might have had one extra army that could have been a fleet that could have hung around in Spain. They could have slowed Justin's tempo down.
It's just always about fleets with you, man. It's always about fleets.
No, I mean, I'm thinking back to. Anyway, we can keep moving. I think that stalling some tempo might have been.
Eddie, you got 2 centers here, man. What's going on?
Turkish comeback. Here it comes. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not really Turkish. They're just like they're yellow, but they've got a green tint to them. They got a green tint to the yellow.
All right, so spring of 1908.
Marseille to Piedmont. No. But breast of the Mid-Atlantic, though, and Norwegian and North Atlantic.
He knows that he's got to make a change here if he wants the board top. I'm really sad about.
Sam, are you even going to survive this game, man? Are you going to survive this game after being at 12? I mean, that's a good question.
No. It was that attack on Christian, man. You called it, David, at the time. That really changed so much of this game.
It really did. Yeah, this is Justin's game.
Oof. Marcus's double hold here. Oof.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just that he's given up and said, I can't catch Justin. Probably correctly saying that, by the way.
So
you could have taken take a lot of Christian stuff here to have a shot.
Are we drawing the game in spring of 1909?
I would assume, but who knows?
I think they could, yeah.
Does not.
So he does try to take some of Christian stuff. He has to take a shot here. Tunis.
And he's going to get Tunis as well.
Yeah. Denmark. Gosh.
The problem here is that Justin's still gaining on Warsaw. He's still going to pick up Moscow. He's still going to pick up Constantinople. He's still going to pick up Bulgaria. That's 17. Even if he loses Tunis to go down to 16, I can't see more than 7 dots for Marcus this game here.
I mean, I agree with all that, but this is cool to see a race at the end like this. This is cool.
This
is the way some games used to be played a long time ago, where you take a long-term deal and then you just race at the end and see who gets it. Don't see it every day. But moving out of Bulgaria. Why are you doing that? Oh, because you don't think you can build anyway.
By agreement with Eddie.
Yeah, but then why is Eddie not going to Ionian right now?
I don't know.
If you're going to do that, that's fine.
This is a barrel of monkeys who are all driving each other nuts.
It's a barrel of monkeys game. That is true. All right, 15. We don't see this very much in VDL. 15 centers. Could have been 16 easily.
Should have been in Tunis, I think, here. I think the difference between +3 +1.
Moscow. Yeah, okay. All right.
The training is a good move when the guy's not building 2.
Come on, Marcus. Make some good moves here. Make some good tactical moves. Let's see what happens here in the Germany area. Taking Kiel. Not yet taking Denmark, but it's coming.
London also coming in the fall here.
Tunis gone, London's going. Gosh. What a fun race here at the end. This is fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, I think it'll be hard, right? Because Bulgaria, you have to count as in his pocket as well.
It's still fun to watch. I thought it was a foregone conclusion a long time ago, but I still think it's fun to watch.
I was really hoping Eddie would make that betrayal here on the last turn. Support Marcus forward.
They've just convoyed the Italians into Sweden, which is, mark that space off your bingo card. The Italian army taking Sweden.
That's pretty good.
Wait a minute. Does that give him 18?
I think that may be.
No.
Down Tunis.
Yeah, 18.
Yes.
It was 18.
Good Lord.
Oh.
So who convoyed him in? It was Germany who convoyed him into space.
It was the hurricane.
Turkey who was complicit because Turkey supported. No.
He also took St. Pete.
Yep.
It was Germany. Germany threw it, right?
Germany left it. Yeah, Germany threw it.
Germany left St. Petersburg and Moscow.
Germany reacted when the Russians hit it, and then he reacted when the French hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's part of the game, folks. That's part of the game.
That's
17, 18.
You can't control that. This is what happens.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. He did pick up 3.
It was because he got Sweden and St. Pete was the thing we weren't expecting.
Yeah. You know what? That's what you do, though, right? You say, if you, here I am in 1908, I'm in third position and I have a chance. It's Russia who ran in on me, and I'm punishing him. But if you're going to run in on me too, let me find the one person who hasn't killed me all game and give it to them. Well played, Justin.
Justin, congratulations. First solo of the season. I believe first solo in 2 years, actually. I don't think we had any solos last season. So,
I think Greg Matthews has made a good point as well in the chat, which is he's currently playing Italy in the Olympus final top board, and he's trying to get pointers. Yes, this is exactly what you do, man. This is what you do.
Sweden and St. Petersburg are not a traditional path to 18 for Italy.
I don't care. It is now the path for Italy. Matthews, you need to figure out how you're going to take Sweden or St. Pete, or preferably both.
All right. Well, that was so much fun. Thank you all. And since there's no way to top that, Adam, I think we're going to say good night to you.
Sorry, guys. It's a little late here on the East Coast, and I have Mother's Day duties tomorrow.
I hear you. Get some rest. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Adam, thank you for joining. It was a pleasure.
Happy Mother's Day.
And thank you all who are still here and watching. We have one game left to go here on the May edition of the Virtual Diplomacy League Night's coverage. Just a quick reminder, if you are enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give the show a like. Helps the algorithm share the game with others, help them find the game of diplomacy, and just show the broadcast team a little bit of appreciation. And David, let's get to our final game of the night. So we have Final Fantasy 14. The typos.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Fantastic. And in the final Fantastic game of the night, we've got Isaac Chooks, John Jameson, Jamal Black-Harley, Captain Gaming, Rathanov Frattingham, Christian Brown, and Ben Kelman. Got a great crew. Let's get to our final game. All right, so I'm going to have you take the lead, David, and I will fill in color and take it away.
First time we've seen the bounce in English channel tonight. That's significant. Jamal has bounced in English channel, and he's bounced Piedmont, giving him a chance to take Belgium. And, of course, he can also take Spain. So this is an interesting set of moves. Rathew doing that Italian, go full bore west move is also interesting. So I was thinking that the Piedmont thing was arranged, but probably not if he's following up with Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea. The Germans have jumped into to Tyrolia. Nobody's gone to Galicia. The Turks have moved to Armenia for the first time tonight. What is going on here? Christian Brown's got his guy going north. I don't know what is. This is all insane and great for Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, standard openings we do not have.
No.
I think the combination of the move into English Channel along with the Italian opening to the west shows me there was some coordination there. And I'm wondering if the move to Tyrolia is designed to help support or help. I can't quite tell which of those it will be.
If you're jumping in on the anti-French bandwagon, you go to Burgundy all day long, every day.
Yeah. So fall of 1901.
All right, the French do get Belgium and Spain, which is interesting. English get nothing because, of course, as we know, Christian went north. So the English don't build. French build 2 out of this position. The Germans bounce Sweden, which is usually a deal where you're friendly to the English, even though he didn't move against the French. The Turks actually take Sevastopol with with Austrian support. This game is awesome.
I get nothing to add to that. It is awesome. For adjustments, we've got +2 for the Turk in winter of 1901. Don't see that every day. That's going to be fun. I'm going to go to you, David. What do you, if you're Ben Kelman, what are you putting down here?
Ben is putting down 2 fleets because he is in an AT. So he's going to put down 2 fleets here, I think, and go to Aegean and Eastern Med. Whoops, I was wrong. Well, you can also play the AT this way. You can send an army north. That's true. And particularly when Russia's this far out of position, that's probably even a better move than what I had suggested.
So move into Romania next, be the thought.
Well, or do Ukraine and then convoy, which is what I was getting ready to say. And that's what, in an AT situation, that's what you do, because you're moving up to Moscow as quickly as possible. I was going to say the German building in Berlin was saying, I'm not even giving myself the option. I'm just building a Berlin to go to Baltic because I'm anti-Russian. And apparently he's also anti-Austrian because he's gone Munich to Bohemia with support. So all sorts of things going on here. After the Italians got the Piedmont position, they gave it up, so the French moved in. This game is awesome. Did I already say that? This game is awesome. French taking Portugal, bouncing the Italians in Western. The French now leave Piedmont involuntarily. It doesn't matter. You were just forcing the Italians to do that to you there. English finally do get a build, take Norway, and go to Barents. So the English have thrown in with Jamal, who's sitting in English Channel. Of course, the Germans took Sweden, but they take it from Denmark, which is extremely pro-English, take it that direction. And this is what we were talking about earlier with the AT position. The Turks here can take Moscow. It was either the Turks are going to get something or the Austrians are going to get something, and the Austrians are already getting Serbia. So that was the theory behind what happened. It's a little surprising that you didn't think I guess the Russians could have hit Ukraine if you'd supported Sebda there. That's why you did it this way. So I guess that's not surprising now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think the AT are going to have a French fleet problem coming pretty quick. So that build from Turkey is definitely going to need to be a fleet Smyrna.
Well, there are 2 Italian fleets
for now, but it's how long is that Italian going to be willing to sit there and just?
Well, it was just like the game we had earlier tonight with an AT. How long do you keep Italy as your anti-French, pawn? Yeah. And if that's what you do, then you don't build a fleet here as the Turks. You either wave or you build an army in Ankh or somewhere in convoy up to the north. Yeah.
Well, You've got the better read on this, David. So that's. Okay, so that means the Italian's going to be hanging around playing defense for a little while, and hopefully they're satisfied doing that. I know when I play Italy, I'm always a little frustrated in that situation. It can be not the most fun. But France doing what they need to do to continue this. Is that move going to swing down, or is that fleet moving north? Or is that going down south, do you think, David?
You mean the Brest fleet?
Yeah, from Brest, yep.
I think given where the Italian fleets are, unless they've been able to convince Italy to support into Ionian to block the Turk AT coming or something, they're going south.
Yeah.
It would be cool if Jamal could figure out a way to convince them to do that so that they could go north, because obviously Jameson's in a precarious position up there. He did that. Or he thought he did that. The Italians came anyway, because Jamal went all in. He did the convoy to Wales and everything, so he certainly thought he had maybe some kind of deal.
Maybe,
but this is exactly why, if you're the AT, you slow play this and don't build those fleets immediately. And I know I had suggested that earlier, but in this situation, it made a lot of sense. As weak as Russia was, to go ahead and send those armies north. Now they're sending armies north against the Germans with Italian help. Again, this particular game is pretty awesome. He did not have to leave the fleets up there because John didn't have any other way to defend Liverpool, so he could move the fleets back down. And this time, the Italians don't do anything with Western Med. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, Western Med held.
He should have hit Spain to make sure that this attack worked. It worked anyway, because there was some kind of misorder from Jamal, maybe, for Spain. Not sure what happened there. Lyon to Marseille. I'm just not really sure. Oh, he was trying to convince him to maybe take it with the fleet or something. All right, well, let's look at the other. We've got the Russians, by the way, have become a pawn of the AT here by helping the Austrians into Silesia. I mean, you got to try to live somehow. Norway to Sweden. Norway to Sweden. Probably had to do that because he's losing. He wants to be able to build. So up 2, down 1. So this way, England can build on the English home island and try to do something about all this.
It's an interesting place for the rest of the board right now. The AT, with ours help, is making some progress into the middle of the board. I think everybody's reacting to Jamal. I mean, that's the big story here. So will Jamal, like, is there anybody that's working with Jamal? And I think the answer is no. And if that's the case, is he going to be able to do it on his own?
Well, the Germans are not against Jamal, but I don't think there's Germans can do much for Jamal either. I mean, the Germans could have taken a shot at Belgium there or something, and they didn't do it. So there's somebody. All right. Yeah, this is what happens when the English get to rebuild another army. They're eventually going to take it back, so Jamal probably just lets him do it.
It doesn't have to walk out.
Doesn't have to walk out, but I'm assuming they've made some kind of deal, is what I'm saying. All right, so yeah, you take Marseille back, but you've let the Italians get into Gascony. So maybe there wasn't any way around that because you felt like you had to do it this turn. Italians also took Spain. Rathew's having some success here. All right, now hold on, time out. Ben Kelman, what have you done here exactly? Romania, Serbia is what you've done. Romania, Serbia, convoy to Bulgaria. Okay, that would be the anti-Jukes move. That would be the Jukey Juke move to get rid of the AT.
Yeah, I don't think there is an AT after that set of moves. Yeah, no. I was going to say, unless like you've got Munich, you've got perhaps Berlin. They're happy being a forward unit, and no, that is not what's happening here.
You're just losing 3 centers to maybe 4 centers to the Turks.
Yeah. Well, instead of doing commentary, it looks like Ben Kelman's taking dots. So we've got someone else that may not have friends after this turn, but unlike the position that Jamal's in, I don't think there's anybody who can do anything.
This may be an IT. This may be, in fact, you might be able to theoretically put the Italians in Greece to make it an IT.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
like that.
That's exactly it. Yep. All right.
And in the north, what do we have here? We have the French taking London. And so North Sea doesn't cover London. That's a little surprising to me. I mean, I guess the reason Jamal went to Yorkshire is to give him some options in the fall. Mm-hmm. Do I take a shot at Eddie? Do I take a shot at London? And you take a shot at London thinking that maybe Liverpool goes back to Eddie to cover it. I mean, there's all sorts of ways that could have worked out, and it did work out. Yeah. But he does lose Brest. Yep. I'm not sure I understand the point of kicking the guy out of Spain when he can just retreat to Portugal. And you're leaving Marseille to do it. So I usually think Jamal's got all of his act together. On this one, I think his act is not together. What you do there is, I know he was expecting Piedmont to hit Marseille. I understand the theory, but I'm just not sure why you didn't try to at least maintain position here. Tap Spain. Gosh.
So you don't want it to get blown up?
Maybe I shouldn't be trying to Monday morning quarterback this. He took a guess. It didn't work. There were lots of guesses involved. Let's just leave it at that. It didn't work the way he wanted it to.
Well, Ben Kelman going up 3. I agree, Steve Hogue. Awesome turn for Ben. I would say, who do you like? But in this case, I'd have a hard time picking anybody besides Ben Kelman.
Well, I mean, Rathew's got some interesting position. on Jamal. It depends on what Jamal pulls, but he got some interesting position. But Ben is just in such a commanding position here.
Yeah. All right. Then spring of 1905.
Although here come the Germans, the English army coming. So there's some reaction happening here.
Reaction happening, but I think most of that's going to harm Wrath of Rettingham more than Ben Kelman.
Well, certainly Ben has Italy on side, because you can see the Italians were spending their time messing around with the Austrians instead of anything else. Wow, this is a fun game. There's a lot of dynamism here in terms of the moves. There's not a lot of static positions, except on the very front lines. Budapest, Vienna, Serbia, Trieste is really the only static positions. The rest of this is very interesting. Got another convoy to Livonia coming here. That's what I mean. The Germans were coming, and they were coming for Ben's position, but Ben's got time to maybe move some armies up there.
Yeah.
He's got friendship with the Italians.
Yeah, it looks like John and Jamal have been able to coordinate a little bit, so Italy is weakening, and then some good coordination between John and Captain Gaming in the north as well.
Gosh, yeah, Italy just got knocked for a loop completely. There were lots of guesses in the earlier part that didn't go well for Jamal. These all went really well, and most of them weren't guesses.
Yeah,
just good tactics.
Yeah, well done.
Very good tactics. Really,
rough,
really bounce back.
Rough turn for Isaac. So our disband in Norwegian Tunis. We get a build in Paris. Keeps Gascony. That's fun. I don't know that that's the one I would have kept personally, but It's fun. And spring of 1906, we've got Christian moving on with Captain Gaming's support into Moscow. Also has the support of Ben Kelman. So
that's Jameson. That's Jameson. It's under Christian's name, but that's actually Jameson.
Oh, yes, you were correct. So Jameson, excellent, picking up Moscow, and but has the support of Ben Kelman. So maybe just trying to set up a line and hope that he doesn't go any further.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out some way to get John on his side.
Yeah. Looks like Jamal does lose Marseille. So progress by Wrath again.
If he can keep it. I'm not sure he can.
Yeah,
because Gascony's been killed, so I'm not sure he can. You really need to probably put Gascony in there if you could. Spring, make sure a position. Fall is this thing you make sure you get the center.
Yeah. So Tunis moves out, or Ben moves out of Tunis. That's interesting.
He wasn't trying to kill Italian units. He was there to help defend.
Yeah.
John loving the North African move as usual, as opposed to Western Med.
So yeah, Chris Kelly, he guesses where that's going to go. Oh, sure enough.
My understanding is Morocco's a nice place to visit. So
it's on my bucket list.
All right. So can Ben keep this momentum going? Well, he had the earlier board talk with Austria. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
There's lots of play left in this game. Don't get me wrong, but wouldn't it be neat if he was able to top two boards on the same game day?
On spring of 07, looks like we're just kind of filling in gaps. It looks the Kraken is sticking together. Looks like the West is sticking together.
Yep.
So just looking to see if there's any holes. Well, there's one. Manages to pick up Moscow again.
Well, and Tunis falls back to the Italians, kicking John out, which was going to happen after there was the bounce earlier. There was no support for that English fleet.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good line there.
Convoy to Holland, though. What's the convoy to Holland all about? And the French armies moving to Belgium and Ruhr.
Yeah, that looks like that may be a shift in the alliance structure.
Yeah, maybe Germany isn't adding much to the equation here in the eyes of the EF.
And if that is the case, what happens to, or how does the German react?
Indeed. Well, one way you react is by removing Warsaw.
Yep, definitely that. All right, so
you can't help John. Can't help being John, and God love him. That's all I've
and I don't necessarily disagree with that choice here.
Convoys to London because you're putting the French into Kiel. Let's see, Livonia going to St. Pete with support of the Turks. That's really good for Ben, honestly.
Yeah, everything's still coming up, Ben.
Everything's still Kelmanish. It's
Yeah.
very Kelmanish on this board.
So, I like the movement into Livonia here.
Italy is mostly holding, and it's mostly okay because Rathew's not trying to actually accomplish anything here except just be the junior partner. But as you know, I don't really like the holding thing. I mean, why not just support Tunis into North Africa, for example? I guess maybe he doesn't want to leave Tunis. Maybe he's worried about the Turks taking it behind him or something.
I'm curious why the game is not drawing here. Who has the advantage, or who would want to continue?
Well, some players just, as a matter of course, vote for draws down just because they want to keep playing, not because they think they're going to do better necessarily. They just enjoy playing or just like being a chaos agent or whatever. So that could be the reason.
Do you think Jamal's got a chance?
Well, if you can convince people to throw you things at the end, you always have a chance. And we've already seen that happen a couple of times tonight with throws at the end, at least throwing centers, if not solos. So if there is a way to keep people on side enough at the end to get people to throw stuff to you, then maybe. But an 11 center Turkey, when they can probably drop into Trieste in Greece when they want, and maybe more than that, maybe drop into lots of stuff when they want, is a really tough nut to crack.
We continue playing. Looks like we just Captain Gaming's moving out of St. Pete. So ready to end this game is the way that I would read that. Don't disagree. If your quote allies are doing you dirty, you can just respond with whatever control you have. And in this case, you can just make sure that they don't gain an advantage over their rival.
Certainly understand why Venice to Trieste was done. Certainly can understand that.
Yes.
He didn't need it for some other purpose. So go ahead and just be defensive with it. Yeah. Oh, he's being put into Munich, so it doesn't really matter. Italy takes Naples, probably, almost certainly with permission, I'm thinking. Otherwise, why would you one-dot somebody here?
Yeah, I mean, this
well,
is...
maybe not. Maybe that's a stab. Maybe that's a stab. Although, why would you leave your fleet in Black Sea if that's a stab? You'd go ahead and put it in Con so you can move it out and take Greece in the next year.
Yeah,
So it's probably not a stab.
I don't think it's a stab. So 14 centers.
Now you draw, unless Ben wants to take a shot at 18 or something, you draw.
I don't think there's 18, but
I don't think so either. But I'm saying that's the only reason why this game wouldn't draw at this point.
And well, keep going.
I mean, he is going for it.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, and to Lane's point, it's not stab. Why?
Because he was making sure that the Italians didn't go to Serbia because they were in Trieste. Was the way you would say. I mean, Obviously, it could also be a stab, which is what it was. But that was, I was thinking maybe that was that, because I didn't see the fleet. Now, maybe the whole point was he was building so many, he wanted to convoy through the Black Sea. Now I get it.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
Yeah. So Ben started out defensive.
Started out defensive. All right. That makes sense to me. I read it as defensive originally. But now maybe he was assuming the draw was going to pass. And when it didn't pass, he thought, well, hell, then I might as well take a shot.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. I mean, why not? This is 1910. The game's probably going to end at the end of this turn anyway.
Might as well just get some more centers, maybe.
Yeah. So, all right.
And he's going to get some more centers. 1, 2, 3.
Loses St. Pete.
Loses St. Pete.
Loses.
Obviously couldn't keep Rome.
Yeah, couldn't keep Rome.
But does keep Naples.
Yep. Keeps Greece, or picks up Greece, takes Trieste. All right, net result up 3, so 16 centers. And is there time to keep playing? No. That's it. So dominant performance by Ben Kelman, 16 center Turkey. Really just got started early and just never looked back.
If this was a face-to-face tournament that had a Golden Blade Award, he would have gotten the Golden Blade Award for that attack on Austria in about 1904 or whenever it was.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful play. Really good game with some good players. So well done, Ben Kelman. Yep. So completely agree with that, Jamal. So
well, and obviously Jamal did well to come back from a position that was a little bit goofy there for a while, and you got to say that. I mean, coming back to 10 from there was quite a feat.
Yeah. So fun game. Good to see all of our players. So that wraps up our coverage of what was a record-breaking night in the Virtual Diplomacy League. So 7 games. Played really fun games. We saw some stuff that we have not seen in a while. Solo, we saw us probably like we saw races. We saw tactics battles in the middle of the board on the stalemate line. Like we had it all tonight.
We also saw some players who were obviously learning the game and making some moves that we considered to be less than optimal. We're not trying to be critical there. We love the fact that you're learning this game. Yeah. But we're also trying to show people who are learning the game and watching this stream to learn the game why some moves might be better than others.
Absolutely.
But thanks for coming and playing, and please come back.
I could not be happier to see the new players playing the game. Thank you. That is how this hobby continues to thrive, is by bringing in people. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you tell your friends that you think might also enjoy it, and help them all get the bug that we've all got, that we can all enjoy this wonderful game together. So thank you all. Thank you all for watching. David, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to Adam for his participation and commentary as well. Thank you all for watching. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there. And once again, reminder, please like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. And look forward to seeing all of you next month when we return for more coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League. David, you want to close us out?
Everyone out there in Diplomacy Land, stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody.